Ladies and gentlemen, if you're around the arena, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, and let's wish them some good luck and show our appreciation for their efforts. We have a challenging Class 1, so great job to all these kiddos. As we're preparing to bring this first set of crossbreds out for reevaluation, I want to take an opportunity to welcome Mr. Brett Byers to the San Antonio Crossbred Gilt Show. Brett is from Sibley, Illinois, and where he is a show pig breeder and show pig feed salesman. He and his wife Jody have a couple kids. Brooke is a junior at Texas Tech, and his son Lane is a freshman in high school, and his daughter Kinley is a sixth grader. He went to Lakeland Junior College and Western Illinois University. Let's give Mr. Byers a big Texas welcome as he sorts through our crossbred gilts today.
Okay, I guess on Cell Ring Live, or excuse me, not Cell Ring Live, Taylor Fort Live. Welcome to the Crossbred Gilt Show. We're on Class 1 at San Antonio. This first class, first right off the bat, I was going to introduce myself, Justin Rogers, and also Colonel Dave Mullins. We are, I guess, the commentary for you today. We welcome Dave from Indiana. Dave is the owner and operator of SellRing.live. He is our online platform bidding service, and so if you're interested in some gilts, there will be several ways to look at some things. And the first right off the bat this morning, you can see the gilts as we bring them out. We'll kind of describe some pedigrees and some general descriptions of those. But well, welcome, Dave. Appreciate you being here with us today.
You bet. Thank you, Justin. And, it is a neat deal. Just plumb excited to be here and lead off with these crossbred gilts. And for those of you that have been to San Antone, it's San Antone. I don't know how to explain it to you. There's not another one like it. And, you see this first class of gilts and what's going on here with the heat. And, we got Brett Byers sorting the hogs today, and, of course, Brett's no stranger to big-time hogs, raising them, sorting them, and buying and selling them. And so excited to see Brett and his work today and the quality of gilts that are going to come out through here. You just know it's going to be good, and there's a feel to this deal, and so pretty excited about where we're starting.
Absolutely. There is a very nice set. I think we've all got belted hogs. I don't think there's a blue one or a calico or anything that's unusual other than just a really nice set of lightweight crossbred gilts. To give you guys some weight ranges there that are online, Class 1 does start at 230 to 232. And interestingly enough, we have a 15-pound weight break. So these gilts can basically go to 245 to 247 on the top end of a weight. So, we're just kind of approaching, for lack of a better description, a market type weight, a lighter end of the market weight. And a lot of the heat will come in terms of quality. Even though there's a really nice set of gilts out here, we'll start seeing more mass quality numbers in the middle to heavier divisions, but taking nothing away from a very, very high quality class to start off with.
Oh, you just know it's going to be salty good as they go through these things today. And got this class of belted gilt, still got some future in them. And as crazy as this thing's been in the show pig world here lately, I can assure you, if you guys are sitting along, watching along there at home, and you've got some interest in some gilts, for those of you know, feel free to reach out to us, and we'll visit with you obviously here, but we can study the gilts a little more later on. I know Justin and them will be videoing the gilts, and he'll get into some of that as we go along a little further into the show today, how that process is going to work. But I tell you what, when good ones come out, if you get a chance to own them and afford them, boys, you better get right on the edge of your seats and own them, because they're hard to find.
I think that's exactly right. And what's unique about this in some of our lighter weight divisions, some of you guys that are wanting to show later into the later spring and earlier summers, there's some gilts that could be taken to the expo and be taken to some late shows all over the country and fit this really well. And you might be able to buy a real nice class winner in those lighter divisions and have some more use out of her. And so as we start cracking the gates on these hogs that Mr. Byers will look at for evaluation to get a place in, we'll start talking about some pedigrees a little bit here and just kind of visiting about how they fit and on things. One thing we uniquely have is we have a pedigree list. When an entry is made, there is a pedigree information is required, or strongly encouraged, I should say. And if you're listening online and you're watching this and you've got a kid involved, make sure kind of catch them up to speed for us. See what we can do to make sure we know that their pedigrees and things. So this first young man, as soon as I can get his number, I believe that is. This gilt is a back on top, another round. I know what another round is. He's a final drive board that Underdog, I believe, has. Back on top is probably a genetic edge hog, Dave, you think, there? Probably a backdrop sun, maybe?
That would certainly be the direction I would go. I don't remember the boar specifically either, but I think that sounds about right.
Yeah. Young lady coming out next in the pink sweatshirt is a quite frankly, it says frankly, but I'm pretty sure it's a quite frankly Tin Man, littermate sister from Val Reese in Kansas. Val's getting one in there. 55, 682. Next young lady with the purple is going to be a Icon Never Before. That's a pretty good pedigree, guys. That Icon's a hog that Hoff Schultes has. Really nice hog from G&S, I believe.
Yeah.
Really made them heavy bone and stout.
Garrett and his crew, that would be a female kind of pedigree there. It's no matter where she shakes loose in this thing, that'd sure be one a guy would want to have on his potential breeding sheet after studying her.
She's got a big leg. Stout skull, got a big old level hip in her, big body.
Yep.
I know this fall we sold a set of Icons at my pig sale. They averaged about 2,500, and they were about 5 to 6 weeks old. Those hogs have been very, very good.
You folks hear that little buzzing in the background. South Texas is getting their fair share of moisture here the last couple of days, so you've got some rain coming off of the roof.
It's on.
Dave, that Icon gilt, she doesn't look like she's going to make a pin. And if I'm into extreme pieces, that one could be bought probably, maybe. I don't know.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here to work through your crossbred gilts and your showmen here today. Looking forward to a very good set of pigs and an even better set of kids. And like I said, it's an honor to be asked and have this opportunity, and it's not something I take lightly at all. So as we get the day started here in terms of the lightweight crossbred gilts, the young lady over here in the purple is going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class today, and I think that's a fairly easy decision. I mean, here's a gilt that excels the class in terms of her squareness off of both ends of her skeleton, particularly at the ground. A gilt that balances up as good as any from the side in terms of her height at the point of her shoulder and the height at the point of her hip and the length and levelness to her hip. Real good and fresh in the center portion of her body cavity. She's plenty full for me today, but I think it still doesn't throw her out of balance by any stretch. I think just a very nice place to start. Real neat looking one coming here in second in terms of how this thing's head and neck comes out the top side of her blade, and that's and her height at the point of her shoulder, that's what's going to propel her over the gilt that's going to follow her in third. A gilt front 2/3 I like extremely well. I mean, hip loin forward, I think this is a pretty good kind of hog. We get back into the rear third of her skeleton. I'd like to lengthen her hip and pull her tail head up just a little bit, maybe lengthen her rear step ever so slightly as we get into this class, but the young man does an awesome job of getting her drove. Congratulations to him. The young man coming here in 3, as this gilt comes to you, you want to change her right there at her front knee there just ever so slightly. A gilt that does excel our second place gilt in terms of her length and levelness to her hip, but at the same point in time probably doesn't take any better in terms of her rear step. You maybe like to put a little more set and flex in that thing's rear pastern, square her up where she hits the surface, particularly off of that left rear there just ever so slightly, and maybe just freshen skin and hair to get her worked on up here today. Forward gilt comes out here in a gilt I let drive just a little bit longer. You know, she's one of those that maybe doesn't have the extras, but doesn't disappoint you in terms of building her right from the surface up. Maybe like to give her a little bit more lower rib cage down there in her heart, maybe give her a little more flank, maybe pick her head and neck up out of the top side of her blade just a little bit more to get her worked on up in here today. But just a basic fundamental kind of a black gilt that does a real good job that's gonna keep you out of the ditch, I guess I could say. As we get into the young lady's 5th place gilt, she does a very good job of getting this one drove, maybe just pushing a little more condition than I like. She got a little bit more crest at the top of her neck, got a little more down there in her elbow pocket. Muscle and bone are kind of falling out of ratio in this particular gilt. She wants to get a little smaller and frailer footed as you take her to the surface, but her upper lines is very, very good. We got some gilts here on down the line. As we start letting them out, got a hard-headed one here that needs to be cracked open the base of her chest and have a little bit more lower rib cage. Lots of gilts with some quality in here, just come in piecier kind of packages. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back for the barn on a very good first class.
So we'll do our best not to wear you out with commentary and too much hot air today, and but at the same time try to keep you abreast on the show and some of what's happening with the auction there tomorrow in the sale gilts. And so again, I'll let Justin elaborate a little more in depth, as obviously he's the chairperson of the sale here. But as these gilts are coming out of the ring, he's gathering pedigree information, or confirming, I should say. Obviously, we have some stuff on the sheets, but occasionally there's some misprints and things, and so he's confirming that we've got the proper pedigrees based on what information we have. And then the girls are gathering some video, getting you some various angles of these sale gilts, and that way they'll have a feed of those videos. And so between today and tomorrow's auction, which is 1 o'clock here, Texas time, you'll have an opportunity to view those sale gilts. And had 2 or 3 of you already text about hogs and paying attention to gilts. And so if we know you, again, feel free to reach out. We're happy to assist and give you, another opinion. Obviously, think a lot of Brett's opinion, and he's got an angle down there that we don't have, and he's right on top of these hogs and studying structure. But we're sure happy to go back and give you a second appraisal and get a different angle if there's some benefit that to you. But as always, a nice set of gilts, and we'll be between probably 35 and 50 head of gilts that have be in the sale. And my understanding is all the class-winning gilts and division champion gilts, and then your grand and reserve, all of those gilts are automatic qualifiers and will be in the sale. And then in addition to those, they'll go back through and comb some of the highlights and add those to the offering as well. And so it'll sure be a who's who when this thing's said and done. And again, if we can help in any way, as Justin mentioned, we will broadcast the sale on salering.live tomorrow. And so if you've not done so, I encourage you to kind of get in there and go ahead and get registered. The process should be pretty straightforward. And if you're bidding and buying from far away and you need some trucking assistance, reach out to us later tonight or tomorrow morning, and that way we can work with you, because I know there'll be a lot of trucks and trailers headed to different parts of the country. And so getting these gilts shuffled around shouldn't be an issue, as long as we do a little plan and prep work in advance. kind of try to give you a little background to some of the viewership out there. Maybe this is your first time or experience watching a hog show here at San Antonio. And so basically what you have is you'll have, close to 50 head of hogs that'll be entries for a class. And then so what you'll have is the pins in the back where you initially saw the hogs going through. The judge will take an initial if you will, for some of you old schoolers, a Cliff Notes version of the class, and he'll get a quick glimpse, and he'll try to sort out the elite ones, and he'll get those sent to the scales back here, and those kids, as you saw, 3 or 4 or 5 of them, they'll go to these pins, the holding pins off to our right up here from the announcer's box, and then what he does is other hogs that maybe gave him a nice glimpse, but he wasn't quite sure if they would fit into that elite status or not. He sends them out here into the show ring, and so he can give them a second and fair evaluation and appraisal, and that's why you see him. You see Brett's doing such a good job with the young people and giving everybody a fair shake, right? Everybody's gonna when he's done, everyone knows that, hey, he took time and looked at my pig, and we had a chance. It just wasn't the right one for him today, and so he brings these pigs out, and so instead of dismissing them on an initial 10 to 15 second appraisal, what you'll see is the judge brings them here, gives him this thorough look, and then he'll start pulling and say, this one's still pretty competitive. Let's send her to the scales. And then once he's got his holding pins full of all the ones in contention to continue to compete with the class in this competition, as you see, these hogs are being dismissed as he thanks and congratulates these participants. And then he'll drop out the remaining gilts, and he'll shuffle the deck once again, and he'll be able to study and fine-tune because he's refined that down to the top 8 or 10. And then he'll ultimately land on your class winner, and those pigs will come back and compete against the other class winners for the division drive here. I believe that's after class 5. So about every 5 classes, you'll have your class winners will come back, and they'll compete against each other for the division and the reserve division championship. And so with what they refer to as those sifting pins, which is the initial stage and step for each individual class, the way the judge sifts those in those pins back there and things. Just one of the many things that makes San Antonio such a unique platform for these young people to bring out show pigs, and just kind of sorts it from the rest, and part of the nostalgia that goes along with this really neat event. And so, again, I know a lot of the folks watching are probably seasoned show pig enthusiasts, and this is a little redundant or repetitive for you, but for those of you that maybe aren't quite as familiar, the kids will get 2 or 3 opportunities to make sure their project's presented, and the judge gets a fair opportunity to see them. And I think that's awfully critical, important, particularly for those that don't make it, right? At least they know they got a fair opportunity and get to see the project from start to finish.
Okay, results out of Class 1. Candace Thomas was our class winner from Poteet down here close to San Antonio. That's an icon, never before, from Hoff Schultes. Shout out to the Miami, Oklahoma crew. Second, and the two that's going to make the sale here. Second was Kaysen Longcrier from Tyler. That's back on top. It says America South, so I'm not sure what that is. He didn't know who the pedigree was. I did not catch the third place entry, but fourth was a Linderbred gilt. Gigi State Staling from Bernie, and she's a Shug Twigs. Fifth was Clay Shea Keys from Cotton Center up in the Panhandle. That's a Val Reese gilt, and I believe she's a Quite Frankly Tin Man's littermate sister. So shout out to Val Reese and the Reese Livestock there in Kansas. Always pretty solid set. I think we videoed 2 of those gilts for the sale. So I'm not sure, it's not final, but those are the 2 we looked at. We're starting to get some gilts in Class 2, and we will kind of get some pedigree information as they come in.
Nice trio of gilts out here that Brett's got assembled, and I apologize, Justin's going to get a second copy. The copy of the information I have does not have the pedigrees on it. Justin's got that sheet, and so he's going to get a copy, so can't give you the pedigree rundown here just yet, but trio of gilts, calico gilt, really extended, and gilt looks like she's got a lot of future and go left in her. Looked like she's wanted to make a real nice big kind of gilt as well. Then some Berkshire appearing gilt's really, really unique. There's clearly some Berkshire in her. I don't know the story, but boy, that thing's big chested and got a big fresh forerib in her and good presence. She's moderate, but got a good leg. Again, she comes right at you, really good knee in that one. She's got a nickel Berkshire head on her, but I think she probably got that honestly. That one's pretty unique. I'd sure want to know the story there. Young man's blue gilt goes in, big stout one right there. Maybe not quite the presence of a good top pair of gilts, but if you're top 5 at San Antonio Gilt Show, you're having a good day. And so again, here's a pair of gilts, a little different kind. You can pick and choose what your flavor is, but nice pair of gilts. Whether you're show gilts, you're looking at something potentially for the sale, breeding pieces, a lot to offer.
as we get into this class. Maybe not quite the depth we had here in the last class, but I think we get up here in the top 2, 3, 4. I think very good hogs, and I'll be the first one to admit that here in my top pair, both of these gilts are not clones of each other from a body type standpoint, from a flesh standpoint, but where they are clones of each other is at the surface. Gilts that are truly built the squares from top to bottom and front to rear. When you start talking about structure, when you start talking about comfort, ease of movement, I think when you crack it down to this pair, there's one that is just quite simply probably more of my kind in terms of her look out in front of her blade and just how much shape she possesses and the fat content that's on her body. The young lady's calico is going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. I think a gilt that is just a little more appropriate in terms of her fat cover. A gilt that excels our second place gilt in terms of just shape from blade to hip. Gilt that can be a little deceiving with that black rear leg. You kind of got to crawl in behind her and say, well, that one's plenty going away, but she's very, very square. A gilt that's very agile, a gilt that's very balanced. I think a very nice place to start. Now the Berkshire appearing gilt here in second. First glance, this thing comes out and she's ready. She's rocking. This young lady does an awesome job of getting her stuck. Structurally, this is a very good animal in the class in terms of flexibility and ease of movement off of both ends of her skeleton. Love her rib cage, love her center body. Would like to peel a little bit out of the base of her neck and just extend her from her blade forward there just a little bit. Maybe just pull a little bit of just chunkiness off of her and give her a little more genuine top shape in comparison to that gilt that leads the way in this particular class. But my compliments to this young lady on doing an exceptional job. The blue gilt that comes out here next, real stout featured gilt in terms of this thing's got a stout mug on her and a big arm, real comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton, where she gives up a little bit in comparison to those top two, and she comes right at you in the base of her chest. She wants to be just a little narrower gauge. She stays square as she goes to the surface, but maybe just like to spread her in her chest floor, maybe take a little neck out of the top and the base of her neck there just a little bit to sharpen her and make her a little more elite from her blade forward, but I think shoulder blade back. I think that's a very, very good animal. Congratulations to that young man for being in third. The belted gilt coming out here next, fresh, dialed in here for today. Hip loin forward. I think this is a very good gilt in terms of having some spread and some dimension. Got a really big kind of a rib cage and a good blade in her. As you crawl around behind her, she wants to sort herself into four. She goes a little east and west in terms of her movement. She kind of wants to throw those rear feet outside the plane of her body cavity, and that's what's going to land her there today. Gilt coming out in 5 is just kind of an everyday, just good kind of a basic kind of a gilt. Her head's maybe a little old for me here today, and you like to roll her up in her back shape there a little bit to make her a little more elite, but just a gilt that covers the basics very, very well. We got some gilts on down the line that kind of come in some pieces in terms of gilts that maybe need to balance their structure to their muscle a little bit better, or maybe just need a little more frame size in general for this particular judge, but I think quality animals here, so let's give these kids a round of applause as they head them back.
Okay, we're back with some results here in Class 2. Class 2 class winner was from Winners Livestock. The exhibitor was Emily Hope Wiss from Godley, Texas. She was a duck yow slow clap. Class 2 was from Eggers. It's a Berkshire Influence Gilt. She's an exit strategy, die-free, one more round. I'm not sure what exit strategy is, but he may be an exotic. That's an awfully good Berkshire appearing gilt. Berkshire Influence, I guess you'd say. Class 3 was Jeremiah, or from German, Texas. That's Caden Wally. And that young man goes to school there at Bryson. And it's from maybe the farthest ever from Warwood Farms in Utah. It's a Disciple lockbox. Fourth in that class was a Linder Gilt, Bryn Alice Ducos from Hondo. She's a Shug Frenchie. And fifth was Anna Fisher from Edinburgh, and we do not know the pedigree on that one. She was one of those latecomers, and so I did not get down there and get a pedigree on that one. Nice set of gilts.
Yeah, as I alluded to, and Justin touched on and confirmed there, I didn't quite know exactly the pedigree on those gilts, and certainly a very nice class winner, a really good-looking gilt. And Brett described her, one that's built well, got look and future written all over. And then the second place gilt, as I mentioned, I assumed she had some Berkshire influence, and turns out she's out of a Berkshire sow. And I'm being told exit strategy is that MB Genetics is lead off at the PT sale is a Whataburg, and so all that kind of makes sense now. But I'd say, again, as he talked them in class accurately, a gilt's a little different in type and kind, but what I can appreciate is they're just like people. Livestock doesn't have to come in cookie cutter shapes and sizes. There's good in all different kinds, and he alluded to that. And so, if you're in the Crossbred program and that class winning gilt fits what you're doing, lean that direction. If you're in the business of making some Southwest Berkshire appearing hogs, there's no doubt that one and that stands in 2. She's got value to your program. It's pretty good swine. Justin, we have a unique spot up here. We get to watch the show and see all the angles. Then off to our right here, Taylor's crew. We can see on this monitor the different angles and the feeds and how they're swapping back and forth. And you folks at home, we kind of got a behind-the-scenes look at how they're producing the footage that you're getting to watch. And boy, by the time the class is over, I think, it takes a while. They're averaging about 30 minutes between the sift and discussing the gilts and bringing the next class to you. By the time you experience that, you see every angle, perspective, and vision you could ever want to of these show pigs, and it's about as close as you could be to sitting up here and broadcasting or standing down there where the judge is at and getting chest shots and rear view angles and, giving you different perspectives. And it's really, really neat what they've done and how they've changed this thing up. And I think, again, I'll brag on him because we're fortunate to work together on some other projects. But a guy that's the ultimate pro, and I think, he streamed this deal last year, and there were over 1 million views that went into this livestock show. And you think about the reach that has. Again, we're discussing, and sometimes we get caught in a trap of talking to our friends on the other end of this thing who are show pig enthusiasts in the Southwest, Midwest, or wherever you guys and gals are listening. But we think about the opportunity to showcase these kids in the way that they're doing it and the reach of the audience that's following, watching, and listening today that maybe has no vested interest, or just their neighbors are in it and they just want to follow the livestock shows because they're supporting kids or they want to learn more. And you take that and the reach and the opportunity to educate and give them the exposure of how good these projects really are for these kids and the diverse backgrounds, and it's a platform for us to share some of those stories as we learn about them. It's certainly a very neat deal, and so his team certainly, I know they're excited to be back here, and it's such a cool perspective that he gives you on watching a livestock show.
Absolutely. You folks that are in the viewing audience for wherever, if you're not in Bear County here today, you seem as good as we do. We're on the stand above the show, and you're actually getting, unless we look at the monitor, when you get those rear views and you get those chest shots and those individual hogs are drove in class when a pen is opened, you get a perspective that is very, very good. And this show is really catching some traction. I've already had several really good hog people across the United States text me and say, hey, if there's something we need, if something of this color or this quality, or, my sows, or you know me, you know what I dig, what I'm into, what's my speed, let me know. And so there's a lot to be said for that when we think about the projection of this show as the biggest and most competitive crossbred show in the state of Texas. This is very, very good. And our friends at the Elite and our friends at Angelo do an awfully good job as well. We have a tremendous opportunity here in Texas, and we've got a really, really nice show here today. And just to reiterate what Dave said, we're so fortunate to have this group here and be able to see these things, because let's just realistically, we're busier than our society we've ever been, and it's impossible to make it all the time to every show. And with San Antonio providing this service through our sponsors of things, as you see on the screen, you'll see rolling sponsorship ads. Like on the screen right now, you have Showtech ADM. They're obviously a tremendously good feed company. They are allowing this to be broadcasted and live streamed at the expense of their sponsorship. We'll have lenders. We've got I just see D&D there in Oklahoma. They're just a tremendously large group of people that have invested their own time and more importantly, their own money investment to make this for the viewing audience extremely good. So just hats off. Hofschulte just came on the screen. He raised the first class winner. There are just lots of guys that are invested in this deal. And so had a guy text me how things were going, and I said, man, we've got an excellent judge. We've got one of the really good hog evaluators of the country, sorting our Crossbred Gilts show in Mr. Byers, and so it's going extremely well. We are on Class 3, and Class 3, the weights are, to my little cheat sheet here. Class 3, I guess we're still in the 230 to 232 range. So we got a little bit of some lighter hogs. We will actually show 5 classes of lightweights, 5 classes of middles, and I guess 5 classes of heavy. So there's 15 total classes with some weight breaks as some of the divisions in between. So really, really good set of Crossbred Gilts so far, and we look forward to seeing as this thing cranks up. If you've got time, I would really tune in and look this thing over. Very impressive.
for those around the Crossbred arena. We've got a great set of kiddos out here that have worked really hard. We're going to excuse those in the center of the ring. Let's show them a big round of appreciation and encouragement for all their efforts.
Okay, back here on The internet, we've got several different pedigrees here. We've got a Shug, we've got a Come On Back. The Shug is from Linder, the Come On Back is from Thomas. I believe the Come On Back hog was Nelson Rushing. We've got a 33, I believe, is a Fishbacher bred gilt. Got a couple French Kiss gilts, probably litter mates that are French Kiss no mosses. And we got a Hater's Gonna Hate. I'm sure that's a Toch deal, or at least a Toch semen customer. So we're gonna get in our last of our 230 to 232s. Just a pretty nice set of gilts. Just kind of changed modes a little bit on how he's evaluating them. He's got 5th place. He's going to keep. So he's going to have 2 or 3 out there to evaluate. Just to remind you, the videos will be uploaded tonight. If you guys are interested in some gilts, be happy to visit anybody about these pigs, this evening or whenever. The blue gilt, the one blue gilt I think we've seen all day, is a Linder gilt, and she is a Shug, never before. Shug's that'll be a double bred never before. Shug's that never before sow that or boar that Linder's has, really heavy boned hog. The other gilt, 83, is a die-hard Amistad. Not sure what that is, and she didn't know who bred it. Here's Brett.
A little deeper class in terms of quality as we go in the top 10 here in this particular class. Class 3, I guess it would be, of the crosses. And I think we've got a very good pair out here on the top end. And I think there's differences, and I think it comes to personal preference. I guess the gilt that hits me the hardest and continues to, in terms of the balance gilt of the group, in terms of her lines up high being good, her length of hip being appropriate to her rear step, is the young lady's thin belted gilt right here. She needs to go ahead and win this particular class. I mean, talk about one that brings her head and neck out the top side of her blade. That thing's back shape is very, very good. She's very level. Her length and levelness of hip supersedes the gilt that's going to be here in second. She is pushing the edges behind. Now, you crawl around her, she's behind her. She's not for the faint of heart, but she stays very, very square, very athletic off of both ends. That's the way I see that particular animal. I'm a sucker for a good blue gilt, and I won't deny that. Just a blue hog in general. I remember the good old days of when the blues used to dominate, but and the front 2/3 of this one I like extremely well. Flank forward, I mean, that thing's head and neck is very good. She's very youthful. She's very fresh. She's very square. She comes right at you. Her rib shape is very, very good right as you get into the center portion of her body. If we could just lengthen and level this thing's hip and make her take it just a nickel longer rear step, boy, it could get awful, awful good. But I think in and of herself, a very high quality animal. Young man does a nice job of getting her drove. Third place gilt comes out. Structurally the next best gilt in the class, and balance-wise as well, in my opinion. Interesting kind of color pattern that I think sets her off just that much more. If we could just stouten this gilt structure as you take her to the surface, particularly in her foot and her rear foot, we could get a little more excited and work this thing up, because head and neck and presence out in front of her blade is very, very good. She just gets a little frailer as you take her to the surface. Maybe not quite as good stepping off of those rear two there as some that precede her in the class. But I think a very, very good third place animal. Young lady does a good job of getting this truck of a gilt drove here in 4. I mean, this thing's busted open as she comes right at you. Really good at the base of her rib cage and the center portion of her body. She wants to give up on her front feet there just a little bit, get a little flatter and maybe not quite as comfortable. She's pushing the edges a little bit too much for me as you crawl around behind her. Center portion of that one's body cavity, though, is very, very good if you just call it for what she is. Solid black gilt coming out here in 5. A very good animal from the side in terms of being a feminine gilt that looks like a lady. Gilt that just gets a little more fragile in terms of her front structure, just gets a little more fragile in terms of her arm and her front foot. Getting away from you, I think she's very, very good there, but that's what sorts her in 5 today. As we work on down through the class here, just gilts that come in certain pieces and parts a little bit more for me today, but here again, I think quality animals. Let's give these kids a round of encouragement as they head back to the barn.
Job. Thank you.
Okay, guys, the class winner was from Coleman, Texas, Shelby Elkin, and she's a die-hard Amistad. I'm not sure on the breeder, but die-hard Amistad. Second was a Linderbred gilt. She's a Shug, never before. Really nice blue gilt from Wyatt Ducos from Hondo. Shout out to Troy Cole. Third is a Fishbacher bred gilt, I was told. She's a 33 secret weapon. If I got that right, I think that's right. She's from Perrin, also from Perrin. Is in 4th is Kaylee Hart. She's a Mobetta dirtbag. And 5th is Ellis Baling from Jacksboro. Come On Back from Thomas. She's a Come On Back rock star. So 3 of the top 5 were from Jack County. Congratulations to the Jacksboro and Perrin chapters. Always 2 really, really good hog guys involved in those chapters. Old school way of doing things, good old strong ag chapters. Shout out to Mr. Thomas and Mr. Lange and his families. Really nice Linder gilt, and I'm going to find out what this class winner is, who raised her, and give a shout out to that guy. A really, really nice set. Brett really described those things. That top one has got some very extreme pieces, and that blue gilt is just phenomenal from the side. I'm kind of like him. I remember the days when the blue ones just won. They won with ease, and the shift the last 10 or so years where belted ones just are just beating them. They're a little denser, a little stouter, but very, very nice class. We jump up a little bit weight-wise here. We're kind of in the mid 230s at this point. This is the 4th of 5 classes in our first division. I'm going to go catch that die-hard gilt, find out who bred her.
A really nice set of crossbred gilts in this class. Let's give the exhibitors left in the arena a big round of applause and some encouragement as they go back to their pen.
You get the face of your production crew talking to the judge about angles and working as a team, and Taylor's out there just kind of shadowing the gals as as they kind of critiquing the footage and making sure they get the thing honed in as good as they can for the remaining 12 or 14 days that they're here shooting all these various livestock events. And so again, I remind you, their team's in all the barns, and they'll be covering some of the poultry show. I know I was talking to the girls. I think maybe some of the chickens and or turkeys or something coming later today. And so no matter what you're interested in, feel free to check out the website there at taylorfort.com and check out some of the other events that they'll be broadcasting throughout the week.
Looks like the heat's getting turned up here pretty good. We got a really nice set of gilts in this deal, and he kept quite a few more, and so we should have a really, really nice class. We're starting to get these hogs a little more weight, and so it should be very interesting.
Cutting their legs off a lot in their frame if they're further away this time, aren't they?
That last class winner was from Myers Show Pigs in Iowa, the young lady said.
Okay.
So, I don't know them. I know some Myers here in Texas that raised some really nice ones, but they said she was from Iowa.
Yeah, I bet you'll hear, you touched on it, I bet you'll hear the judge. He'll allude to a little more depth and power in this particular class here. It's got some good quality to sort through.
Kind of getting past those hogs that we were trying to push to get here to get them big enough, and so we're starting to see hogs that probably really weigh in the upper 240s, lower 250s, and so it's the quality is very, very good. And I think it's a deal where we're starting to see height the blade, length the body, length the hip being a more prioritized things because he can here. Some of those lighter weight classes, you have to search sometimes for them, but there were some very, very high quality ones in those first three, but I think our depth of quality is quite a bit better here in this class. A little bit of traction information on some of them. One of my former 4-H'ers or 4-H families, True Creel there from Newcastle, has got pinned. She's a push, honest truth. And that's a Brenning pedigree. I don't know if she came from M. Shane Brenning or not, but that's dang sure a Brenning pedigree. It's a good family there in Newcastle, America.
About to do D1.
We've got a right blend gilt in here as well. It's a Boric Thomas's. That gilt's out of a Swinhagen sow. That young man, I think he's already caught a pin. Young man over here in the blue shirt is a rock star from Farman. Goes back to Hilty sow.
Crossbred Gilt exhibitor.
The gilt in the second pin is that right blend. She's a right blend prince, and that prince sow came from Swinhagen's. Those rival genetics, those guys have won a bunch over the years.
Go ahead, comments.
Shane and Tito, I believe they call her. They had some pretty girl sow line that was pretty unbeatable for a long, long, long time.
Love it.
She goes back to that sow. I'm not sure the young man with the pearl snap in lot one and in pin one. Not catch his number. But if you're in the viewing audience, I would tune back in because there's going to be quite a bit of heat in this class. I really appreciate about Brett is that we structure and design and skeletal build is a priority here, and something that you really have got to appreciate the way he evaluates hogs and prioritizes things. It's very impressive. They've got to be females first, but they've also got to have the extras, and so combining all those things that he likes and then putting the extras is quite impressive. Looks like he is sorting like in that 5, 6, 7 range, and then we'll crank out. Actually, he's going to bring them all back out. So he's going to bring out 6 gilts. That's the Creole gilt that comes out next. See, looks like she has the Brenning pedigree, and she has a Brenning look to her. Young man coming out next. Let's see if we can catch his number. Okay, that'd be 6186. That is a sanctified Weaver peacemaker. That young man's from Odom down on the coast, I believe. So that very well could be a Canales type deal. Leo and his partner. Young man coming out first. First pin is a Spread the Word Refocus. Spread the Word is the Cozart bred hog that was at Mason's at the stud, and now he's at Upper Hand.
I'm going to try to work a miracle in the cattle barn.
Yeah, that boar's kind of picked up some more momentum here lately. Hog's been feeding pretty good, and I know I talked to Travis not long ago. There's been some pretty good interest on that boar, and been received pretty well.
He stamps them. That front end and just the skeletal build and design that Spread the Word brings is pretty unmatched in terms of just you can see those hogs a mile away. I watched her in the sift pen come through, and I kind of wondered that's what she was, and looked at the paper and that's what she was. Honestly, that's a Brett Byer special, I would think. I think he will gravitate toward that kind all day, and as well he should. It's just a good built one.
Well, and he's. Most of the folks that are really tuned in are aware of this, but if you're a casual watcher, Brett's Duroc program there in Illinois he didn't take a backseat to anyone, and he builds it through his females. And if you go back and you look at his females, and he'll sell baby pigs as high as anybody else in that thing. Those gilts are always
Attention,
that kind,
Crossbred
right?
Gilt exhibitors, this is your second call for class number 5. Second call, class number 5.
But, you know, he's always going to bring you good built ones that got look and presence and future, and the kind that are going to feed and mature. And so it doesn't shock me 1 ounce that that's just kind of where he's at here with these gilts today. And, you know, and he's talked some things. Again, I don't want to get on soapbox. No one really cares about my opinion. But, you know, he's used the word fresh. He's talked about body condition on these hogs based on where they're at in terms of weight and guessing maturity and how they fit in terms of size and things of that nature. And I would anticipate as we get into these heavier weight hogs, the biggest, oldest, heaviest, staler ones are probably going to get described about that way. You know, he's going to have a particular type and kind, and you know, with the success that his program has brought to the table, you know, he can do that with conviction, and you know, it's working for him. And you just appreciate his honesty, his consistency, his professionalism as he delivers the message, the way he works with the young people and gives everybody a fair crack. I mean, he's just very, very good at what he does. We're lucky to have him down here, and kids are lucky to have him evaluating the stock.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. If you make your living raising Durocs, you understand, first and foremost, you understand rear hind leg structure, or rear, you know, hind leg structure, toe quality, feet quality are extremely important. And I think that's how he prioritizes things. Start looking at the hogs that are start to put in, you can pretty much tell the pattern. It's really impressive, and you know, it's just fun to watch this deal, to see this kind of mass and power on a very flexible, good package that have an athletic build and hogs that are proportioned right, and that's a lot to be said. Quite a trio here. You kind of pick and choose whatever you want to do. I think there's some things a person probably needs to do here, but that's an impressive trio. You know, it's really amazing to see the quality and depth of quality on this show over the years, and it just keeps ramping up every year, and we get that much more. And if we're seeing this kind of quality in the lightweights, wait till the middles and the heavies get here. It's just very, very impressive. Brett's winding up his decision on his top pair. We have to spread the word, and we've got a push. So I'm assuming that the push gilt is a breeding. She's breeding bred from True Creole, and you've got here's Brett.
Good class, very good class. Best class we've seen so far from a depth perspective. I mean, we're 5-6 deep, and I think I kept 12, and several of these gilts hit me pretty good. They're coming through the sift pen, and I thought it was going to be fun and interesting to kind of get them back out here and kind of see what they look like and see how they stack up against each other. I think these top 4 are tight, and these are the kind of hogs that don't have a whole lot of holes, so they'll be cussed and discussed around the ringside, and everybody will have their personal favorite. The one that is my favorite, the one that is just the most comfortable, the most athletic, the most elegant in the way she looks. I'm going to pick on her in one place, and I'm going to say I'd like to strengthen her spine right in the center ever so slightly. Once you get past that, this young man's belted gilt right here is a very good hog. Congratulations to him. Very fresh, very youthful. Looks like she's been fed into it. Very good feet and legs. I think one of those hogs that just blends and balances together extremely well. Now, if you want to climb on top of this second place gilt, say there's maybe a little more spread there. I'm not going to deny that. I think a gilt that probably has just in a little more bulk and shape right off the backside of her shoulder in comparison to our class winner. Where she's not as good is when you get into her hip and hind leg. You'd like to lengthen her hip just a little bit, like to suck her hind leg back inside of her just ever so slightly. I'm not saying it's outside, but man, it's sitting right there on the edge for me there today. I don't think she's quite as much of an athlete off of her rear pastern as that first place gilt is. I think that's picking picking on them pretty hard. I think two very, very elite gilts here on the top end of this class. The third place gilt comes out, another fresh, youthful one that looks like she's been fed right on into this. Very good as she comes and goes on a square chassis. A gilt that in comparison to our top two gets a little shorter and crestier at the top side of her neck. Maybe wants to roach up in her loin and pinch in her hip loin there ever so slightly, but I think a very, very good animal to be in third place. Fourth place gilt comes out here next, and she might be as wolfy as any of them as you get into the center portion of her body. Big, round, giant rib cage, a gilt that has a lot of substance off of both ends of her skeleton. Here again, a gilt that's maybe not as neat at the base and the crest of her neck in relation to those top two. A gilt that when you crawl around behind her really wants to stab that left rear outside of the plane of her body there. For me, that's what's going to land her in the 4-hole, but I think a lot of good hogs in this class. Best fourth place gilt we've seen so far today. The red belt or calico coming out here in 5 just kind of gives you a good look from the side. Once you get your color out of her head and just look at her as a pig, I think a pig that balances up very well. Gilt that's not as robust through the center portion of her body from a rib shape and just total dimension standpoint. Maybe don't bring quite the extras in terms of bulk and density that those top 4 do, but a very, very good hog. I'm going to go ahead and talk this 6th place gilt as she comes out. If we could change the set and angulation to this one's blade, this one's a blade away from being quite a bit higher in this class, because I think from her 4-rib back, this is a very, very good animal. The young man does a good job of getting her drove. Congratulations to all these exhibitors in this particular class.
So we're about halfway through Class 5 Crossbred Gilts, and my understanding is after Class 5 we'll have the Division 1 championship drive, and so certainly should be pretty good as the competition continues to get tougher and the water's a little deeper and faster. Be anxious to see what we've got here for quality to come back and compete against those 4 class winners.
Once again, we've had a really tough class of crossbred gilts. Let's give the gilts and the kiddos in the arena a big round of applause and show some appreciation for their hard work and efforts as we release them back to the pens.
This is our final class of Division 1. Very deep class here. We jumped up quite a few pounds. 240 to 243 is our weight limit, so they can go to 58 with our 15 pounds. Very impressive group here.
We're wide.
Mila Wagner just got pinned from Magnolia. It's a no stranger destiny. So I believe that's probably a fishbarker hog. I'm not sure about that, but I didn't get a chance to ask Mila. But that no stranger is obviously no stranger to winning. He's the Mark Gray hog at Laird's Premium Blend. That's a very unique female to look at. The young man with the real healthy mullet in pin number 2. He is that's a last round cold front. There was a cold front gilt here that won a class of blue gilt from Heffernan's a couple years ago that I was really impressed with, and I'll be willing to bet that's a mother or a sister to that gilt. Very, very nice gilt. The 62024 is a Wham gilt from Lenders. I believe she was a never before. Bottom side.
You're good. You can be standing up, when you walk, bend your knees. So it's not shaking, but you don't have to be squatted down. You don't have to bend your back.
Actually, she's a Wham French kiss, so double red white gilt, and comes out to a nice blue one.
Did that help at all? I feel like that would help. God bless. Thank you. Because a lot of the shots that we were getting were a lot of.
First gilt out, 62.
Do y'all know where Taylor's
He is
at?
a Night Moves Manhattan locked and loaded. I'm wondering if that's a West Texas boar stud, West Texas, the Bays bunch. I wonder if that's what that is. It kind of has that feel to the pedigree. Kim, if you're watching, you might message me if that's one of yours. Here comes Mila on that No Stranger gilt. Gosh, she looks like a No Stranger. That one's going to have some major fans, I'd say, Dave.
Yeah, I think the quality in here, I think it rivals anything we've seen from a class standpoint, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I failed to mention, Dave, on the last class, my old friends Harmon's up in the Panhandle. Had the last class winner.
Okay.
That gilt, that was a the Cozart hog at Upper Hand. Spread the word. Came from Wayne and Leslie. I don't know who's going to take credit for that one, Wayne or Leslie. If you guys are watching, congratulations. Great people up in Perryton, America. Been at it a long time, do a great job.
I remember one time we had a breed champion bear at OIE years ago, and a friend of mine told me, he says, if you think it's not that tough of an accomplishment, he said, just come back next year and try to do it again. And I would say the same is, if you think winning a class at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's not a big deal, just come back and try to accomplish it next year.
Yeah, just try to win a class.
Yeah.
Now, Knopf does it all the time now, but yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. Here's Brett's descriptions.
Oh, it's coming back. Gotcha. Yep.
Not quite the depth here as we finish up the Division I crosses here in this 5th class, but I think we still got some quality here towards the top end and got some gilts, you know, you can kind of piece together here on down the line. I really think the class winner within this particular class is non-negotiable. The young lady right out here in the center of the ring at the yellow top, just brings the highest quality animal that combines the most positives within a package. You know, you'd like to change her maybe here or there, but big picture, I mean, this gilt is the fresh gilt that's square off of both ends of her skeleton. She's got a good presence out in front of her blade. She's a flat back, flag-tailed gilt there that's long enough in her hip and long enough out in front. You know, you'd maybe like to pick her up at the point of her shoulder there just ever so slightly, but I think a gilt that's certainly round-bodied, a gilt that has a lot of quality in and of herself. The wider belted gilt, or target mark gilt here, if you will, that comes here in second. I think a gilt that just covers the basics as this young lady kind of gets her out in the center of the ring, and as you can kind of study her, longer sided gilt that's good in her lines up high. She's good in her squareness at the surface. A gilt that's got a good enough look out in front of her blade. Her proportions go well together. She just doesn't have the extras in terms of extra density and extra bulk and extra mass to propel her on up any higher. Same can be said for the 3rd place blue gilt coming out here next. Just it looks like a brood sow. I mean, a gilt that's busted open as she comes at you. She's got a big arm and a big rear foot and big rear leg in her, and she uses it very, very well. Where you'd like to change her, you'd like to elevate her at the point of her shoulder, pull that head and neck up out the top side of her blade, and just give her a little more genuine back shape and just pour the heat to her a little bit more. Her feet and legs and chassis are very, very good to handle it, just not the extras in that gilt to work her on up today. Now, the 4th place gilt does have the extras. If you can plop this one up at the backdrop, she's going to take as good a picture as any, because this is an elevated gilt that's got a lot of structure, a lot of substance, got a lot of look out in front of her blade, got a big fresh back in her, and the young lady does a good job of getting a hard-headed one drove here. We'd like to get into the center portion of her body and just spring her open and make her a little bigger in the center portion of her body here again, excuse me. But a gilt more so, we just like to relax off of both ends of her skeleton. The longer the drive progresses, she wants to push forward in her blade, get a little quicker to her step off her rear too. We just need to make that one just that much more comfortable to get her worked on up in class today. Young man coming out here in 5. This gilt needs to be better off the first look as she comes directly at you, but take that from there back in terms of the rest of the class. A gilt that just functions very well in terms of her feet and legs. Here again, just doesn't have the extras to get her up any higher. Lots of parts and pieces here as we finish up the class. Got one here that front 2/3 is very, very good. If we can give this one a different hind leg and pull her hock back inside the plane of her body, it gets a lot different in a hurry. But lots of good gilts in the class. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
Okay, we got some results for you. Mila Wagner's gilt, the no intro, or the, excuse me, I'm getting my straight here. The no stranger, the no intro granddaughter. No stranger destiny. I'm thinking that's probably a fishbelker hog, but I need to find out for sure. Second was Emily Barrages from Round Rock. She's a poke the bear, no intro. Not for sure where that one's from. Third is Derek Petty from Granbury. That's a Wham French Cress from Linder. Very interesting female. You blue enthusiast, white enthusiast, you might want to check that one out. Fourth is the Lakey Gilt, Cassidy Wooten. She's a Night Moves Manhattan. I'm assuming that's a West Texas bred gilt that she thinks she has some West Texas Gen X pedigree. And then fifth is the Heffernan Gilt, the last round cold front from Jeff Heffernan. That gilt is shown by Riley Chaffin from Lacoste. We'll now be showing our champion in our first division. Very impressive first division.
For those of you keeping track at home, we're going to have about 15 classes of these gilts. If you've got class breaks or something, you'll see they're numbered through 20. But for record-keeping purposes, they've got the divisions numbered as classes 6 and 7. And so if you're following along with a class break somewhere, the next actual class of gilts will be class 8 if you're following along. So 15 actual classes of females today.
Folks, we're going to go ahead and get started with our lightweight division drive here in the Crossbred ring. Coming out of class number 1, your class winner is Caden Thomas of the Atascosa County 4-H. Out of class number 2 is Emily Wiss of the Godly FFA. Coming out of class number 3 is Shelby Elkins of the Coleman FFA. Your class winner from class number 4 is Jackson Gray of the Perrin FFA. And your class number 5 winner is Milo Wagner of the Montgomery County 4-H. Good luck to all of our lightweight crossbred division exhibitors.
Just a real quick recap on our class winners. Class 1 was from Hoff Schultes. He's an icon. Class 2 is from Winners Livestock. She's a duck yow. Class 3 was that Myers Show Pigs. I can't remember the pedigree on that one. Like a barbed wire or something like that. Die Hard Amistad. Class 4 was the Harmon Gilt. She's a Spread the Word, Refocus, Leslie Harmon. And then class 5 was the Fishbacher Gilt from Milo Wagner. No stranger back on Chris's Destiny sow. There's a little backstory on that sow. Her grandma was actually a gilt I used at the Heart of Texas a couple years ago. This incredible female. Here's Brett for the comments. Very, very nice class, or very nice Division 1.
Well, let's give all these kids a round of applause if we could, please. 5 class winners out here that are my kinds of pigs in terms of building them right at the surface first, and then we put the extras up as we advance towards the top sides of their skeleton. But I'm a firm believer if they're not built right at the ground, then we're working on a bad frame or a bad foundation. So I like hogs that are athletic. I like hogs that have a gear. I like hogs that are fresh, youthful, with a good rib cage and a good balance. There's one out here that suits me pretty good. That young man that won your 4th class is going to be your champion in this lightweight division. We go from there, and I think it comes down to another pair of class winners here as we get into the reserve of this particular division, and that's the 2 young ladies right here to my immediate left. I think 2 gilts that are very, very similar in terms of type and kind, gilts that are moderate size, gilts that are attractive and youthful out in front of their blade, gilts that are dialed in here today. One I think is just a nickel fresher from a skin and hair standpoint, a nickel more elite at the top side of her neck, and maybe just her length from her blade forward. Help me congratulate the young lady on the far side. She's going to have your reserve in this particular division.
Congratulations on those exhibitors. Our champion is the Harmon Gilt. Let's Spread the Word, Refocus. Came out of class 4. Jackson William Gray from Perrin FFA. Congratulations to the Perrin Ag chapter. And Wayne and Leslie Harmon on that champion. The reserve was from Myers Family Farm in Iowa, they said. The young lady is Shelby Elkin from Coleman, Texas. She's a die-hard Amistad. Amistad's that Beatty hog, if I remember right. What I almost thought of Kyle Beatty hog thing. Kyle, you might text me if you hear this, but I think that's what that is. I may be wrong. That's a nice gilt, very, very, very high quality Division I champion drive. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our lightweight division winner, the Crossbreds, Jackson Gray of the Parent FFA.
Just a little backstory there on our champion gilt out of Division One. We talked about her in class being bred by Harmons.
Yeah, we're good.
She's a spread the word, but you dig a little deeper on that bottom side. She's a refocused. She's out of refocus. That was the white-footed black boar from Mike Clay.
Okay. Yeah,
That
we're good.
was a blurred vision, son. And then you go back on the bottom side, affirmed waiting gas, and that was a purchase from the old master Mike Clay. Lots of tremendous sow herds have been built from the white deer legend Mike Clay. Kind of an interesting 3 berries in the sale at Houston last year. Go back to that deal. Really, really nice. Very, very good gilt to win the division, but I received a text from Wayne on that, and appreciate that. If you guys have any information, feel free to reach out to us on anything, but that's a very, very nice gilt. Congratulations to the exhibitor and the Harmon Farms up there in Perryton. We're now starting Division 2, and Division 2 starts at 244 to 250. So realistically, these gilts are probably weighing in that mid, 62 to 65 range on the top end, with our 15-pound weight back. This division will go from 244 on the bottom to 274. So there's only a 30-pound spread in this division, so that's not bad. All the way from our very smallest gilt to our very largest gilt in this total division over 5 classes, there's only 30 pounds, and so you go to some jackpot shows, and that's easy. That happens a lot. So we've got in that first class 6-pound spread, 5-pound spread, 4-pound spread, 6-pound spread, 5 pounds. So very good, variety of classes, but not a lot of spread. And so you're only giving up 4 and 5, 6 pounds at the most in this division. So there's a lot to be said for that. Again, thanks to our sponsors. You look at the screen there. Right now we've got Hoff Schultes. They win Class 1. Jimmy Juice, the hair care products in the Midwest. The Hamilton Bunch that makes that stuff. That's good. Knopf is on the screen. Looks like we got Chad Walker as a probably the wrong species, but he looks like he's probably a show sponsor all the way through. Newcastle Gen X, the Andy Forehand and crew there in Oklahoma. Just another good sponsorship group. Stewart's returning sponsor from last year. Stewart Show Pigs, I believe, in Nebraska. We've got a really good group of sponsors that just make this thing possible. Adams Fab, you've seen Adams Fabs. I mean, they make the awesome pin sets. Whew, those things are good.
Yeah, I think I saw Premium Blend. I think they're premier sponsor of the entire event. I think they had that one gilt, I think, was a no stranger, wasn't she, that was in contention that last division board that place.
The Fishbacher gilt, yes, sir.
Yeah. So no, it takes an army and a village to pull something like this off for sure.
One of those corporate sponsors also is Lenders. They're a big sponsor. I did see ADM, Showtech.
Yep.
I did see Kyle Beatty of Beatty's Ladies.
Beatty's Ladies.
Beatty's Ladies. If you're listening, Kyle, and not fighting snow in Nebraska, which I don't know if you are or not.
If you have internet in Nebraska, welcome.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. They used to play football in Nebraska. Sorry, Kyle. I think he's more of a cyclone, though. But and then we saw, Flatland. Ben Cooley is in the house. I saw him. He said he's been fighting for 50 days, a foot of snow.
Yeah, some of those guys in the plains, unfortunately, some of those guys in the Dakotas and things, it's about what it took to start getting them out of the drought they were in, and they've sure been blasted. So if any of you guys and gals are up there listening, maybe calving some cows out and some of that stuff as you're listening to the hog show, we certainly feel your pain and misery of digging out of that, but certainly I know you're fortunate to have the moisture and looking forward to a good spring.
Looks like Brett's got about 7-8 pin. I probably better catch some numbers, but probably too late at this point.
We've got a really nice set of crossbreds in Class A. Let's give these kids in the arena a big round of applause as we excuse them from the arena.
Okay, first class of the second division. Our first exhibitor out is going to be Carly Mae Cross from Farmersville. It's a Punisher best man, the old Punisher Crossroads. Shout out to Adam and Cora. Oh, Courier, yeah, sorry, Jason. 99, next little boy.
In Mississippi last week, Punisher Ignell was a Punisher sired pig at Wins, Mississippi.
I saw that one. That thing looked good, heavy structured. Next one's Carla Summers from Cleburne, Apollo. Southern Gold, baby. It's Apollo Teen Spirit. Just got pinned. We got a Next Up Lit Fuse. Elio Flores from Edinburgh. Speaking of Egnells, they've raised good hogs for lots of years. I and the crew. 88, 834 is Ryland Norwood from Belton. That's another spread the word Thunder Thighs. You gotta like that name. I think that's the old Linder boar, if I remember right. He had a boar called Thunder Thighs, I think. 88 914 is Landry Grove from Lipan. It's a backdrop, double bred backdrop. Little Moyer action there, a little genetic edge. Wassoon, Ohio. Not sure that's where she came from, but she definitely has that pedigree, if that's correct. Backdrop barrel was reserve grant at Fort Worth the other day from Ben and Andrew and Tom there. 61503 just caught a pin.
What do we need?
That's that Punisher gilt.
So you just need an intern?
Yeah, man, just coming out, it's 9365. That is a tricked out above the sky. That's one of the first tricks we've seen. One in the last class of Class 5. 25, that can't be right. 225K out of sight. Yeah, could be. Maybe some frozen juice. But Ladin Melton from Kilgore has a 225 out of sight. Maybe it's an out of sight 225. Who knows? She kind of looks like she could have some 225 in her. As tall bladed as she is, and big topped. Looks like Brett's down to about his 4 here. We've got a Sunset Secret Weapon, young man from Wyatt Lutke from Kiro. And we've got the Spread the Word Thunder Thighs Gilt from Ryland Norwood from Belton. Ryland goes 4th, Spread the Word Gilt goes 4. We've got Ella Hopkins from Sinton, a no intro, the King Secret Weapon KMS. I bet that sow came from Moyers. There's a black gilt. Looks like she's a Dynamite. And they say her mother's is a sow. All right. Emma Hitzfielder from Lacoste. Dynamite. Dynamite. Solid black gilt is a Dynamite, down to 2. We got a no intro, the King Secret Weapon, Kiss My Socks gilt.
I always keep them.
The Sunset Secret Weapon gilt goes 3rd. Here's Brett.
Lots of different parts and pieces as you get into this class here as we start the middleweight division, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think my favorite ones in here by any stretch are just that one that's got to win. I think you can take parts and pieces of the top 4 and blend them together and make a more ideal one, but I am going to tell you the 2 that hit me the hardest in the sift pin and on the initial sort back out are these 2 right here. In terms of gilts, that presence is right out in front of their blade, their lines up higher, very good. Their squareness at the surface is very, very good. And as you get into them, I'm just going to tell you what I see in the differences, and then I'm going to tell you how I'm going to place them here in no particular order. Just the belted gilt there in the center of the ring is highly presented. The young lady does a very good job. This gilt is very square as she comes to you. She holds the advantage in terms of genuine shape at the top side of her skeleton, out the back side of her blade, back there through her hip loin, and at the top side of her hip, where she does not hold the advantage over the other gilt. The other gilt's a little larger legged, a little bigger footed, maybe just a little more comfortable in terms of her reach off of her rear too, in terms of being able to get her hock back behind the plane of her hip and just take a little longer step. That's the differences I see between the 2. I think the one that's more unique, the one that's harder to build, the one that's not necessarily the biggest legged one to single trade a big legged one, but the one that I think gives the totals gilt is the young lady right here. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Congratulations to her. Now this black gilt is the one that honestly hit me the hardest coming through the sift because, man, that thing's head and neck is very, very good. She's large limbed, she's big footed, gilt that's very flexible and comfortable. Where she's a little disappointing as you get up on top of her. There's just not enough genuine stuff there, in my opinion, to make an elite kind of a crossbred gilt. If we can roll that one up a little bit and just kind of make her a little more unique, we'd certainly move that one on up the line. Now the stout burly one is the one that comes out here in 3, and if this is your pick, then this is your pick, and that's fine. There's a lot of quality in this particular animal. Her rear step has got to be longer for me, for no more shape than she's packing. I think a gilt that balances very well from the side, a gilt that's needs tucked up a little bit in the base of her throat. She needs to pull a little crest off of her, but genuine build at the surface is very, very good. Certainly a big-footed gilt that needs to use her rear pastern just a little bit better for me today to get her worked on up. Now, I'm going to apologize to this young lady because this one didn't hit me as hard on the initial sort, and I made her drive a little bit longer, and she stuck with it even though the gilt tried to blow up on her a couple times. I think if we can peel some crest out of this one and give her a little more natural shape to her forerib, then we work this one up, because rear third of this one is very, very good. She's good as she comes at you. She's got some shape up high. She's just got to have a little more turn to the center part of her body and peel a little bit of that crest out of her for me to work her on up today. 5th place gilt comes out, and I think this one looks like one of those gilts that maybe just hasn't traveled well and just needs to fill up. We need some rear flank in this gilt. We need some spread in the center portion of her body. I think there's a lot of good in this gilt. We're just not getting to see her on our best day here particularly, but a quality animal to be here in 5. As we go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on down the line here, got a good pattern gilt that needs to be stouter. Got lots of parts and pieces here, but lots of quality. Congratulations to all these kids.
And we're now entering class number 9 of the medium weight crossbred gilts, and your results from class number 8.
looks like we got a couple of the back numbers for folks out of Class 9, the holding pen. Looks like the gentleman there in far end on the holding pen, the blue shirt, 80806. Looks like that's going to be a quite frankly cruel intention. So that's a pretty lethal kind of pedigree. We'll get another look at these gilts, obviously, once we get the sift gilts kind of passed out of the Dead Sea here in the show ring. The next gentleman, I believe that's 97-258. That is a backbone never before. It's no secret. You study the show pig deal and the never before females, how often they surface, and I don't think it's coincidence anymore. If you've got a good never before sow, you've had one the last couple of years, you know how valuable they are to the program. That boar's, I would argue, maybe since Visionary, you've seen that boar pop up on the bottom side of the pedigree as much as any, and certainly as many shows as he's won, he's popular. But I think his ultimately his testimonial is going to be those never before sows, the impact they've had in programs. So be interesting. He's getting the pins kind of filled up here, and so get these dismissed and get these top 8 or 10 out here reshuffled and see how the quality stacks up.
Incredible set of exhibitors showing a really nice set of hogs out here. We're going to excuse those in the middle of the ring. Let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciation for all that hard work and effort that they put into their show pigs.
Okay, back at the Crossbred Gilt Show, the first gilt picked is a Imagine That Waterberg from Linder, and that gilt is from Caden Rawls from Portland, way down the coast. Very interesting Berkshire composite marked deal. There's a 85 182. The young man in the plaid shirt has a TKO gilt. Kyle Hicks. I just saw he just got pinned in number 2. Kyle just wins the Coba there in Oklahoma. Shout out to Kyle. Always has a great breeding program. Very good livestock hog man.
Whose camera?
The young man that got pinned 3rd, he told me that was a Ben Boble gilt. And it's a backbone never before. The young man is Roy T. Villarreal from Somerset. Sorry if I butchered that last name because I'm sure I did. But that is a very nice gilt. Mr. Roach is coming out the blue gilt. I'm pretty sure I know what that one is. She's probably a, let me grab that number. Yep, she's a Cricket's never enough. That young man raised that one. Farron Roach with the Kurt Cobain colored hair. These gilts are weighing 251 to 256, so we're approaching that 270-ish range. Gilt goes next in, I believe 7th or 8th was Dylan Wilson from Sinton. That's a Wham wedding night. Of course, Wham's the Waterman board that Linders have with Blunt. It came from Dustin Ham.
I made the call to second let them in. Like I called them and
Got a white noise gilt that goes next. She's a white noise wedding night. Didn't pick up who raised that one. Young man in next, he told me that was a S-squared gilt. I judged her a couple weeks ago at a county show. Nice. Awfully nice gilt. She's a quite frankly Cruel Intentions. Awfully nice pedigree. And Mr. Roach's go 5th. Farron Roach goes 5th with his Cricket's gilt. Okay, here is our Imagine That Waterberg gilt from Linders. Drove by Caden Rawls from Portland. Berkshire enthusiast, Berkshire colored enthusiast. That one can do some things in their Berkshire Barra program. This one's a Dirty Dancing Prince from TKO, Kyle Hicks, there in Oklahoma. Here comes the Boble Gilt. I believe she said she was a backbone. Yeah, backbone never before. That's a good looking rascal there. TKO Gilt goes third. Between the Boble Gilt and the water and the Linder Imagine That Waterbrook Gilt. A pair of tall front and good looking, good design ones that are athletic. Kind of pick your poison here. Let's see what Brett decides to do. Just shows you the depth of quality this show is really putting together here. Here is Brett for the comments.
A little deeper kind of class here as we get into the second class of the middles, and got a pair out here that I think fit together pretty well in terms of the balanced gilts of the class. I mean, the proportional gilts of the class that have their look out in front of their blade and the height at the point of their shoulder that I'm looking for. I mean, they look like females, they look like show gilts. I think there's subtle differences between the two. I think one's probably just a nickel stronger in her back line, but probably gives up just a nickel in terms of rear foot size and just rear foot range and comfortability, and that's what's going to sort the pair for me here today. The young man with the belted gilt on the farthest side is going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. I think here again, just the gilt that's just the most comfortable out here. A gilt that's set good in the angulation to her shoulder. Her look out in front of her blade's good. Her rib cage is good. Got a really fresh big back in her as you get up on top of her. Goes away with more foot size, more density, more spread to her dew claw, and more athleticism in this particular scenario today. Now, would I like to pick the center of her spine up just ever so slightly? Yeah, and that's where the advantage lies in the Berkshire appearing gilt here in second. This Berkshire appearing gilt comes right at you. Here again with a good set to her shoulder, big round cage, big chest, good forearm, head and neck come out the top side of her blade like it should, and she's got a big fresh back in her as well. She wants to get a little tentative off of those rear two when you start talking about just her flex and her comfortability there at the surface. You'd like to open up her dew claw, make her a little bigger footed as she goes to the surface, and just make her a little more athletic off of those rear two. But I think a very, very good gilt to be here in second. Congratulations to that young lady. The young man coming out here in three, got the piece gilt of the three, and this one's probably the stoutest one in terms of bone and feature. McGilty wants to give up a little range off of both ends of her skeleton, particularly up there in her front end. McGilty wants to fall out of balance up high and maybe not be quite as neat at the base of her neck as the two that precede her in this particular class, but I think a quality animal with a really good kind of rib cage, skin and hair is good. My compliments to that young man on getting her shown and getting her drove. Fourth place gilt comes out here next. Man, front two-thirds of this one are very, very good. I mean, that's a tall-shouldered, neat-necked, flat-back gilt that's got a long hip in her, but you take her to the surface, and that's where you get the issue. Gilt that's just not comfortable enough back there in her hock and her pastern to kind of get her up on top of some of these gilts that precede her in class today. If we can make her here again a little more athletic, and you're gonna hear me talk about athleticism and comfortability a lot because that's the way that they need to be built for me in my mind to go ahead and have the extras to win these classes. The blue gilt coming out here next was one that I questioned a little bit back in the SIF pen. I didn't grab her right away. The longer you get out here and get off of her in the big ring, the better she becomes, in my opinion. The young man's got the skin and hair dialed in on her very, very good. He's doing an excellent job of getting her drove. You talk about a stout mugged, big armed kind of a gilt with a round cage in her and a fresh back. Gilt just doesn't balance in her hip as well. She wants to rise up in her hip loin. She wants to get a little shorter and quicker to her step, and just shorter in terms of her muscle pattern and rounder in terms of her muscle pattern back there in her hip. If we can fix that thing about her, front two-thirds is very, very good. My compliments to him. As we get 5 through 10 here, got some gilts that don't quite have the substance, the structure, quite the EST terms, but still good basic kind of gilts that bring some fundamentals to the table. Congratulations to those kids.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. Our class winner was the Bauble Gilt, or Ben Boble Gilt, the Backbone Never Before from Roy T. Gorilla from Somerset. Second was was Caden Rawls from Portland, the Linder Gilt. He's an Imagine That Waterberg. Third was the TKO Dirty Dancing Prince, Cash Mosier from Holiday. Fourth was the Quite Frankly S Squared Bread Gilt out of Cruel Intention Sal from Baden Busby from Aquila. And fifth was Farron Roach, Home Raised Gilt out of Crickets. Congratulations, those 5 exhibitors. Very nice set of gilts.
Excellent set of kiddos here in this class. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the arena and head back, and we bring the rest of the class to sort.
Okay, we are back at Class 10. First gilt to come out is a white noise gilt, Courtney Williams from Bridgeport. She's a white noise icy hot. Heavy bone, big chested thing. He just pin 88 515. That is a next intention, never before. We'll try to find out some breeder information.
I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick.
Okay, 82. I believe that's the best kept secret. Maybe Can't Stop the King. I don't know. Can't Stop Me. It's a red boar, but gilt that goes in third is I'm a Playa on the Rocks from Heiko, Brianna Noland. Okay, back online, Lawson Taylor comes out with a tricked out gilt. I'm assuming that's an HF gilt. It shows lots of haze hogs, nice gilt.
It's funny you say that. I hadn't looked at the sheet, and she came out, took about 4 steps, and when she went away, I said, boy, that one could be a tricked out for sure.
She definitely has that tricked out look and build and power up front, especially in those front paws, how comfortable she is on her front end, and still has that body, that really round body, stout skull. Pretty extreme breeding piece there, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know where she falls into the lineup for buyers and the way he's selecting them and taking show gilts today, but she's sure an intriguing piece and a boar that's just basically won everything.
Limited edition to here as well.
You got class 11, 12.
Blue gilt, I would think, based on what we've seen so far today, I think she would bring some stuff to the table that would suit buyers pretty well.
Just so comfortable. Depth of body and just design. A nice pair of gilts, really aren't a lot alike. One's taller fronted and prettier from the side, and one is quite a bit more massive.
Crossbred exhibitors and families.
Both bring some really neat pieces to the table. The tricked out gilt's a little more on the edge. Probably squares up as good. Here's Brett for his descriptions.
Crossbred.
A little deeper class of what we've seen here maybe so far in this division, and I think we got 2 or 3 or 4 up here on the top end that are very neat pieces, and I think we've got a pair here that match up pretty well, and not just because of their color, but hogs that bring some look out in front of their blade. They look like ladies. Hogs with good gilts with good underlines in them, good vulva sets. I know that's something we don't talk a lot about here in breeding gilts anymore, but it's fact of life. They got to be born before we can show them. So, but I think there's one that probably brings some extras in terms of extra density and bone size, and then there's one that's here again, probably just a nickel more comfortable, that brings some extras in terms of height at the point of her shoulder, levelness down her back, lots and lots of spread on top of this one as you get up on top of her with a more comfortable hind leg than our second place gilt. This young lady right here is going to go ahead and win this particular class. That one's my speed in terms of how her look is and how her just genuine flexibility and pliability off of both ends of her skeleton is. Nice gilt to start the class. Now, if you want to say this one's your kind and this one's the furthest reaching in terms of pieces, I'm not going to argue with you. You know, this one's got some ESTs. I mean, she's still good looking out in front of her blade. Her head and neck ties onto the top side of her shoulder. That is a big, massive, fresh back with a lot of spread in her upper rib cage. Big square hip. Packing plenty for a breeding gilt. That one's probably a little rounder muscled and a little bigger stifled for a breeding gilt for me. She wants to get a little east and west in terms of her movement, and that's what's gonna sort her down in here. But if you want to snatch that one up on sale day and say I'm gonna take this home and make me a herd boar, I'm not gonna argue there, because that one's got a lot of interesting pieces. She just needs to go a little better behind for me today to get her worked on up. Good solid blue gilt that comes out here here in 3. Proportional in terms of her look from the side, her length of front, and her length of hip match. Very good in terms of skin and hair. Good as she comes at you, good as she goes away. She gets a little crustier at the top side of her neck, gets a little plain at the base of her neck there as well. In terms of just talking density and feature, she probably gives up and lacks a little bit in comparison to the top 2 in this particular class, but good through the center part of her body. Young lady does an exceptional job of getting her drove, getting her skin and hair on point, and congratulations to her for that. The belted gilt coming out here in 4 just gets a little piecier in relation to the top 3. She kind of wants to come apart there behind her blade there just a little bit and sloping her hip, maybe just not as comfortable off of those rear 2, particularly that left rear. She gives up some mass and spread and bulk in comparison to those top 3 as well. That's what's going to land her in the 4 hole. Young lady brings one out in the 5 hole. If we can just roll this one up high a little bit, give her just a little more genuine shape to make her a little more elite looking in this scenario, we'd certainly move this one on up, because this one's comfortable, this one's proportional, this is a good hog. She just needs some extras to get worked on up in here today. As we go 6 to 11 here, lots of different kinds and lots of different pieces. The spotted gilt's got some neat pieces, needs to probably just flex a little bit better, but let's give these kids a hand as they head back to the barn for their efforts here today.
For those of you at home or kind of wanting to watch throughout the day and catch all the Crossbred Gilt show, they did make the announcement that at the conclusion of this division, they are going to take a lunch break. I assume it's probably about a 30-minute deal or more. And so if you're at home and kind of following the live stream, maybe you've got one that you've raised or you're following along with in the next division or later in the show, kind of pencil that into your schedule.
Once again, an excellent set of kiddos showing their hogs out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause and appreciation as they exit the arena.
Cassidy is my friend who I wanted to tell, and she's her from her hairdresser. Like,
As soon as you switch out with her, will you send her to
Okay, as we're back on Class 11, getting down to the short rows of our second division. First gilt pinned in was a no stranger breaking rules back on that charm sow from S squared. The second, it said was a Decker gilt. That is a Quite Frankly Anchorman Blurred Vision. Claire Carriger from Skidmore. Interesting solid white gilt coming out, 85-303s. Read that she was a Wham from Linder. Gilt pinned in third is a D2 Josh Diaz, D2 Livestock. She's a Shug. She's a Shug never before.
Testing.
It's Reagan Bragg there at Stephenville.
Did you hear me?
Reagan's had tons of success of the D2 program. The young man with the white gilt, it's a last dance. He didn't know where she came from. I have not got the girl in the red shirt pinned fourth. I'm not sure who she is. Very nice class of gilts. We're starting to get into some big mamas now. We're getting some females that are big and stout and really in that market hog size type deal. And Brett's working these from the ground up now, from the bottom up. He's pinned 5 or 6 there, and he's going to work, looks like the bottom up. Little girl that just got pinned, her last name is Mendez. She raised that one, so Believe in Me. Nice to see a home raised gilt win or do well here today. And Awfully nice gilt there. Dave, it sure looks like the top end is very deep in this class.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I've probably done my best job announcing because I haven't said much because I've been kind of studying this thing. I think you get these top 2 or 3 of these things button heads, it's going to look pretty good.
Yeah, very impressive group. I believe this is the second to last. Yeah, this is the second to last class in the second division. If you are watching online, we will name a champion afterward, after this division. Then we will have a lunch break, and so one more class after this class. So class 12 will be our last in the second division. Okay, the first gilt coming out is that Linda Gilt. She's a Shug, never before. Again, Shug is that never before. So it'd be a double bred never before. That's that never before son that Luke has there in Comfort. Extreme heavy bone. Boars making extremely good females. Next gilt out's a Decker Gilt. Quite frankly, Anchorman Blurred Vision. It's a really good combination pedigree. Great big hind leg on that one. There's the D2 gilt, another Shug gilt. So the first gilt out and the third gilt out are Shugs. Shug never before, I believe, also. Those two look a lot alike. To be three-quarter sisters, they sure look a lot alike.
I saw that first Shug gilt go across. I thought if she's got the rear wheels and she's got the stamina to be flexible enough for him throughout the drive and there at the bitter end. That one's there's to have one that's that elegant and stout through her front end and her blade and have that kind of look and elevation. Those are very, very hard to create. It'll be interesting to see when we get there towards the short rows if she's still motoring the way she needs to.
Oh, I agree. She's got a great big tail too. Her tail root is up there high and her hip is so long and level. I like the bend and posture and flex to that hind leg. And like you said, to be this big chested and that sharp fronted and still look like a female, to pack that kind of punch, she is, to me, she's a Brett Byer special. She may not shake out at the end, but that's one that definitely draws some attention. She's uniquely colored. That's just a very good female. Young man coming in the red shirt has got the mullet of the day. We had a mullet count going last year. This one does have a mullet. 78-48. Let's find her. That's a sidekick kind of big deal. Cade Barber from Divine. I don't know the breeder on that one. Sidekick kind of big deal. The young lady coming out with a red shirt, that's a quite frankly Dead Horse's littermate from Val Reese in Kansas. Val strikes again. The Shug D2 bred gilt goes 5. The Decker gilt goes 3rd. The young man with the sidekick gilt goes 4th. We're down between the Linder gilt we mentioned earlier and the Reese Livestock gilt. The quite frankly on Dead Horse's littermate. Here's Brett for the descriptions.
Bring him right at me, girl. very good class, and a fun class to sort as we get up here in the top 5, 6, 7. Lots of quality stock, lots of hogs that are put together to the highest degree and look like they came here to win. And we got 2 gilts out here that hit me pretty hard coming out of the sift pen, and 2 gilts that are built very good off of both ends of their skeleton. There's one there's just simply more of in terms of chest and spread and arm and density. The young lady's wide belted gilt needs to go ahead and win, and I think win fairly easy in this particular opinion. You get up on top of this gilt, and there's quite simply just more spread and shape up high. A gilt that maintains athleticism, a gilt that's got a very good look from the side. Now, if you want to say this one's even more of an athlete, not going to argue that. She's just not packing near as much of a punch in terms of right out the back side of her blade, or even spreading her up at the top side of her blade. A gilt that wants to be a nickel narrower chested and nickel frailer armed in comparison to our first place gilt, but a gilt that in and of herself is just fine in those regards. We're just talking comparisons. This one's very comfortable, very good hip and hind leg, presented to the highest degree. Congratulations to that young lady. The stout one comes out of 3, and this one gets a little more jammed up from her blade forward. She gets a little thicker up there in her crest, maybe just not as much spread from the back of her ear to the front of her blade. A gilt that is massive when you talk about just shape and broad and upper rib cage. A gilt that here again probably doesn't maintain her athleticism quite as well off of those rear 2, but mainly more than anything, I just want to fix the top of her neck and just make her look a little more ladylike here in a breeding gilt scenario. But a very, very good animal in and of her own right. The young man brings one out here that wants to give up a little bit in her rear step as the drive progresses, maybe become a little plainer down in her twist, if you will, or at the base of her hip as she goes directly away in comparison. But a gilt that does have some shape up high. A gilt's got a lot of look out front. 5th place gilt comes out here and maybe just comes in a little piecier kind of fashion. She kind of wants to give up her back line, kind of wants to get a little plainer and more general out in front of her blade, maybe just not quite the extras in terms of shape and look that we have in the top 4 in this particular class, but still a good animal. I think we kept 12 of them here. Got a white gilt here that's very, very neat, just needs laid back in her shoulder there a little bit, needs a little bit more punch in the base of her rib cage. Got lots of good pieces as we go on down the line. Let's give these kids a big congratulations, round of applause as they head back for the barn.
We've got a really good set of exhibitors here once again. Let's give them a round of applause as we excuse them from the arena.
Okay, back to the action in our final class, class 12 of our second division. He's got 4 very good gilts out there, and we'll kind of give you an idea what some of them are. Some are going to be kind of by memory, but the young man, 57-651, that's a Brenning gilt. It's a push gilt from Shane Brenning. Young lady right here with the purple shirt. What did she tell me? I did not catch that one, but the young lady with the white cardigan sweater is a John Mollick gilt. That's an honor code. Honor code on looks like No Intro's littermate's sister. So that's a no moss on that Little Bro Tier 1 sow. The gilt that gets pinned first is a Michael Toch gilt. A hater's gonna hate. I don't know what Miss Mabry's gilt is. She did not know. The girl that got pinned third is a no huddle from the one and only David Korb. Would be one of our Barris Show judges here in about 10 days, 2 weeks, whenever.
And a third or second. First and second places from classes 8, 9, 10, and 11.
The young lady that just got pinned, that is a next play. The young lady's name is Kinley Davis from Cleburne. That's a next play blurred vision visionary from Nelson Rushing. Shout out to Wyatt Nelson, Cole Rushing. Little Canales gets pinned there, and that is a Lackey gilt. She's an Unashamed the King. Okay, the Nelson Rushing Gilt comes out next. That's that next Blade Blurred Vision Visionary. Gilt coming out third is the Corb Gilt, the No Huddle Stay Classy. Miss Mabry's Gilt here, she didn't know what she was. In terms of breeder, I'm gonna find her on the paper. There's a Spread the Word. She thinks she's from Kelton Mason. She looks like a Spread the Word, very comfortable female. Little Canalis, Leo's boy here. Let's see here, 60. That is Leighton Canalis, Unashamed, the King from Lackey. Here comes the Toch Gilt. Hater's gonna hate. Hater's gonna hate, so Lance Ryan hog. You know, Dave, quite a bit more bone and stoutness in this group as a whole. We're looking at the hogs that are getting bigger, and stouter, lots of shape, lots of bone and power.
Yeah, a shot more maturity in these gilts, and naturally some of that's going to come with age, but oh, nice, just a nice class of gilts overall.
We mentioned earlier this is the last class of our second division, and so that's they're weighing. They turned them in at 269 to 74, so they're right in that mid 80s to low 90 range, or low 89, high 80 range. So we're getting basically at the top end of our weight class if we compare them, minus 10 or 20 pounds on our bare end of the deal, but. Starting to see a little more maturity and age. You kind of look at their heads and things and tell some things. Sure, pretty powerful, wide structure kind of hogs. Lackey Gilt goes fourth for Mr. Canalis. Brett is rounding up his top three. We've got a Mason Gilt, a Corb Gilt, and a Nelson Rushing Gilt. Nelson Rushing Gilt goes third. Here's Brett.
Very good class here as we end our division, and I think a class that falls together pretty logically when you just step off and study the livestock and study proportion, study balance, and don't single trait them. I mean, we could get wrapped up in single traiting animals here into different positions within the particular class, but I think when you start totaling up livestock, in my opinion, you start totaling the positives, which one fits and proportions the best, which one's probably as athletic as any of them, brings them maybe maybe the most spread to the table, down low and up high. You got to land on this young lady right here in front of me with the belted gilt. I think a gilt that does a lot of things and does a lot of things very well. Now, if I'm going to pick on her, I'd like to pull a little crest out of the top of her neck. She's got a kind of a different ear there. I don't know if it was an injury when she was younger, or maybe you know, it's just the way she's made. Doesn't really detract from her. Just talking livestock. I mean, the stocking-footed gilt here directly in front of me. Now, if you want to single trait this one and say this is the biggest, fattest legged, densest one in the class, go right ahead. And if you want to use her, that's fine. But it's my day to grab the microphone. And for me, she's one that maybe doesn't have quite as much shape up high. She's not quite as elite in terms of her look at the base of her neck. She's probably not quite as good as she comes just directly at you. But a gilt that here again is comfortable. Has got a lot of spread to her dew claw. Got a lot of denseness and stoutness to her hind leg. Got to appreciate those pieces about her. Congratulations to her. The third place gilt's the off-type gilt. She either needs to win or she needs to go third. And in my opinion, the lack of angularity to her front end is what lands her in third. I mean, that thing setting up on the backdrop is going to look very, very good, because that's a tall-shouldered, fresh back gilt with a long hip and a good hind leg. She's not as expansive in the base of her rib cage, particularly down there in her heart. She's not as good and genuine as she comes right at you in terms of just bulk and spread in their chest floor. She is square as she goes to the surface. Just like to set her shoulder back in her there ever so slightly, just to kind of make her a little more agile and handle the ring just a nickel better. The young man here in 4 has got another good belted gilt. A gilt that maybe runs out of height at the point of her shoulder in this class. Like to pick her head and neck up out the top side of her blade just a little bit more in this judge's opinion. But when you crawl around behind her as the drive progresses, she kind of wants to start poking that left rear out just a little bit more. That's what's going to land her in the 4 hole today. The young lady coming out next has got one of those, in my opinion, if you could change her structure just a little bit. She kind of wants to creep up in her spine. She wants to drop her hip and kind of tuck her hind leg a little bit for me. Maybe just not as comfortable back there in those rear pasterns with that. She just wants to shuffle a little bit out of her hip and waddle a little bit more than I like. But you got to appreciate the quality this gilt brings in terms of head and neck and presence, shape, muscle, rib cage. There's a lot of good there. Just like to fix her structurally for me just a little bit and push her on up. We got a lot of gilts here on down the line if we want to go ahead and turn them out. Lots of good parts and pieces. Got one here we just need to take a little crest and maturity out of, freshen her up there just a little bit. Very good class. We're going to get you a division winner, and I think we're going to break for lunch. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Okay, results from that class. Reese Mabry spread the work from Kelton Mason, wins the class. Olivia Longcrier from Tyler has a excuse me, that was the last class. Cora Ford from Weslaco has that Corb gilt, the No Huddle State Classic gilt. Third is Kinley Davis from Cleburne. That's the Nelson Rushing Next Play Blurred Vision Visionary. Fourth is Leighton Canales from Odom. It's Unashamed the King from Lackey Livestock. And we conclude the top 5 with Casey Hawkins from Harper on A Hater's Gonna Hate from Michael Tott's Show Pigs and Harper. We'll now be showing our champion out of Division 2 with our 5 class winners. Should be very competitive.
Coming out of class number 8, your first place is Ella Hopkins of Sinton FFA. Your class winner out of number 9 is Roy Villarreal of Somerset FFA. Your class 10 winner is Kaylee Hatcher of Clear Falls FFA. Your class champion out of class number 11 is Taylor Simpson of Early FFA. And your class winner out of class number 12, Reese Mabry, Block FFA. Here's your division, Judge.
Okay, back online here. Our Class 8 winner is Ella Hopkins from Sinton. She's a no introduction, the King Secret Weapon from CNP.
All will give our results. In 10th place, Class 12, Colby Husseltine, Sinton FFA. 9th, Emily Halsey, Bandera County 4-H.
Class 9 winner was Roy Vidrell, a Bogle Gilt. She's a backbone never before.
Kay Simpkins, Troy FFA. 6th, Truett Lutke.
Class 10 is a Knopf Gilt, Kaylee Hatcher.
5th,
Next intention never before.
FFA. 4th,
Taylor Simpson wins Class 11 with an S squared gilt, a no stranger breaking rules. Littermate wins Arizona National, they said. And then Reese Mabry wins the last class of Spread the Word from Kelton Mason.
Okay, let's give these 5 class winners a round of applause if we could, please. Bring 5 class winners out here that I'm satisfied with, and 5 class winners that look a lot alike in terms of their just general build and balance and proportions. And as a judge, that's what you hope for when you get to sort of show, and especially a sort of show of this magnitude, that you know, the quality comes through the gates, allows you to make them uniform. And I feel like we got 5 pretty uniform gilts. I think honestly there's a pair that take it to another level, and of that pair, there's one that hit me like a ton of bricks when she come out here earlier, come out of a really good class. Help me congratulate this young lady right here in front of me. Congratulations to her.
It'll be our Class 11 winner. And that's going to be the Taylor Simpson from Early. She's a no stranger breaking rules charm from S squared.
Champion middleweight cross is Taylor Simpson of Early FFA.
I would guess that Sal is either the Littermate or the Grand Guild at Indiana was a breaking rules charm. So I would guess it's either that Sal or Littermate's sister, and that's I'm talking about first impressions when you hit a quote-unquote big ring, and that's a gilt. As soon as she went across the turf, as she's one that grabs you and commands your attention for sure. So nice piece of equipment, nice specimen there on that gilt, nice division representative.
I have to apologize. I had it written down as a Leonard Gilt initially because they're on the same line.
With him
So
talking
that's where I messed up.
Okay. We bring that second place out here, and that was a very good class, and talked about that gilts at comfort and athleticism. You know, I think in this drive you have to ask yourself, when you get up on top of her, is there just enough spread and enough kind of impressive kind of upper skeleton to propel her up in here to this reserve division spot? And I think that's where the question lies. I think, you know, that thing's fitted to the tee. She's clipped out max. I mean, the young lady's doing a good job of getting her drove. It's a judgment call on my part, and I think we got several of them out here that are very, very good. I think we've got another gilt over on the far side there, the young man's driving, that I'd like to change her front feet there just a little bit. She's wanting to turn them out there at the surface a little. You know, got some other gilts here that maybe aren't handling the drive quite as well as we bring them back, but there's one that has maintained the drive, one that's maintained athleticism and comfortability, and one that packs a lot of punch going along with it. The young lady that won the last class is going to be reserving this division.
That would be Miss Mabry. That would be Reese Mabry from Weatherford. Spread the Word from Kelton Mason at the stud. We'll be back probably, I guess, within an hour or so for our Division 3.
Yours.
Well, we welcome everyone back to the live stream here and first class in Division 3. Again, there's 3 total divisions in your Crossbred Gilt show today, and halfway through as Judge Brett Byers comes back and goes to work and gets to sorting through them, and excited to see what the quality looks like in D3. Had a very nice show there in Division 2 right before the lunch break with a pair of really nice gilts that I would say be in strong contention and consideration for this champion crossbred gilt drive here in a couple hours. So stay tuned with us. I know Justin, he's done all the hard work. He's back there behind the pins gathering pedigrees and breeder information, and so as soon as he gets that stuff gathered and your judge gets his final 8 or 10 gilts assembled here and dismisses the others from the show ring, get back to you with a little more audio and information so you can follow along.
Great way to start our after lunch heavyweight division. Let's give these kids in the arena a big round of applause as we excuse them from the ring.
Welcome back to the break, from the break, third and final division. This would be class number 15. The first gilt pinned was a 4F livestock bred gilt, Samuel Whalen from Pearland, and it's an unashamed hardwire. The second gilt pinned was it's a Hilty bred gilt. It's Cole Raines from Fredericksburg. She's a full tilt base camp. Third one pinned is a Winner's Circle in Oklahoma, bred gilt. And that is old Paisley Oglesby from Heiko. She's a day drinking Dispute This. Kind of getting into the larger weight classes. We're starting to hit the 300 close range, and hogs are still maintaining, probably didn't pin as many. I'd say, Dave, you kind of struggled to find the ones you really could land on after about 4 or 5.
Yeah, and you start seeing that, generally speaking, right? These older hogs always said it's the same hogs they had when they were little, but they just happen to get a lot bigger if you add another 6 months to them, and so.
Yeah, we're seeing some quite a bit of maturity heads and just extra bone work and stoutness, but some of them are kind of showing that they're maybe in a little different farrowing period than the group we saw over there.
You look great. Oh, dang, I did not. I thought you were showing somebody something. I was like,
blue gilt 82,497 's Tanner Thomas from Valley View. Backdrop JoJo from Harmon Farms. Harmon wins Division 1. Wayne and Leslie are having a nice day. 52,925 just came out of the first class. She's that Unashamed, the board there at Moyers from Ford's 4F Livestock on a hardwired sow. Hardwired's that hog that Lackey raised. I believe he sold a couple years ago. I think in the draft. I may be wrong on that. Comes the Hilty Gilt, Raines family. Cole Raines has full tilt base camp from our purebred judge today. Comes the Winner's Circle Day Drinking Dispute This, Paisley Oglesby.
Lady, you're going to be 3, okay? Nice class to start off here the afternoon as we start the heavyweight division. And I think we got a couple of nice belted gilts out here. And the longer you break them down and study them, I think there's one that separates herself just a little bit more in terms of just being a little fresher. She's certainly fresher through the center and lower portion of her mid-skeleton. A gilt that's got more back shape and more expression, more upper rib cage when you get right up on top of her. She's not necessarily the bigger chested one, but she's square chested in my opinion. Young man closest to me needs to go ahead and have your class winner, I think, in fairly easy fashion in this particular class. The young man here with the paler skin gilt, a gilt that is loose, a gilt that's pliable off of both ends of her skeleton. She might even have the advantage in terms of heaviness of structure. She has the advantage as she comes right at you in terms of a bigger chest. Where she doesn't have the advantage, she wants to get a little hollow through the center portion of her body. I'd like to take her head and neck and pull it out the top side of her blade just a little bit more, trim up the base of her neck, and just make it blend and balance a little bit better from front to rear. But I think a very, very nice animal to have here in second. Gilt in third comes out, and she's the bulkiest one in terms of in her mid-center. A gilt that has a lot of spread, a lot of mass, got a big arm and a big blade as she comes right at you. Where I take issue with her is you crawl around behind her, she's wanting to roll some pressure on the outside of her hoof wall and just kind of close up there at the surface. Maybe like to pull her head and neck up out the top side of her blade just a little bit more there as well if we're going to get nitpicky. But I think a well-presented gilt that's well-driven. Congratulations to that young lady. The young lady coming here next in four, a gilt that you'd like to pry open in the base of her chest there a little bit and in her forerib for that matter. But a gilt that's patterned from the side is very, very good. She's a tall-shouldered gilt with a long hip and hind leg that she uses it very well and utilizes it, I guess I should say. But a gilt that's just too flat and narrow as she comes right at you to get her worked up any higher today. Just a blue gilt here that covers the basics very well in five. Maybe don't have the extra frills and thrills. We'd like to clean her up at the top side of her neck, maybe strengthen her in her front foot there ever so slightly. But a gilt that in her mid-body is very, very good. Got a good hip and hind leg in her. Congratulations to them. Got several gilts on down the line here that maybe just aren't quite as fresh, maybe just a little piecier in places. But let's give these kids a round of applause as they head them back.
Hey guys, back online. A quick recap. Cole Raines from Fredericksburg wins the Class 15, first class of 3rd Division, with a Hilti bred gilt, full tilt base camp. Second was the 4F Livestock bred gilt from Samuel Whalen from Pearland, unashamed hardwired. Third was Paisley Oglesby from Heiko, day drinking dispute this from Winner's Circle. Shout out to Levi Montgomery. Fourth goes to the young lady from Alney, Brina Madison. Big Brother No Moss. Did know the breeder. And fifth, I did not catch fifth. Very nice class. This will be class number 16.
A reminder to everyone following along about the Crossbred Gilt sale will be tomorrow afternoon. As scheduled, there will be a preview. They're videoing these gilts, the sale-making gilts. They're taking videos here behind the announcer stand as they go out of class. Then those videos will be made available in a virtual sale preview. Will be up tomorrow morning, and then the auction starts 1 o'clock here Texas time, and we will broadcast that on salering.live. And so those of you that'd like to follow along, you can go there and watch the sale. You need to register, of course, to get a bidder's number. If you're not here in the state of Texas, you'd like to do some bidding and buying, if you'll call ahead, we can help arrange some trucking. We do have some hogs going to various parts of the country, and so can assist with that. Just encourage you to plan and prepare in advance, and that way we can help you make those arrangements.
Lots of effort by the kiddos in the ring. Let's give them a big round of applause and show them some appreciation as they are excused.
We are white.
We're back at class 16. Big stout set of gilts here. First gilt he's put it in was Riata Shuff from Belton, another round Cruel Intentions. Next one in is a tricked out to Cruel Intentions from LT3. It's Desiree Castro. Lauren Morale from Dickinson has Anything Goes Next Intention. White gilt I do not catch. That's a Linda gilt. She's a Shug mama's boy, I believe is what she said. misspoke on 62046. The young lady in 4. That is that's a Wham wedding night. Another Linder gilt.
What channel are y'all on? Okay. What channel are y'all on? 8.
I'd say 3. Yeah. Get into a little deeper water here as we get into this class of heavyweight crosses, and I think I will say I took a few extra minutes to decide who was second and third, but there was no question in my mind which one was first. This young lady right here directly in front of me I think has a very, very good kind of a crossbred gilt to go ahead and win this class. I mean, tie what term you want to on her. Tall-shouldered, big chested gilt that's round in her body cavity, fresh up high, good back shape, very good hip and hind leg. You know, is she the stoutest boned one in the class? No, she's not, but her bone matches everything, and that's what it's supposed to do. We're talking about balance, we're talking about proportionality. Very good, solid kind of a class winner to go ahead and win this particular class. The young lady here in second probably brings the gilt that resembles her the most in terms of type and kind. A gilt that's busted open as she comes right at you, very fresh up high, dialed in from a skin and hair standpoint. She's not as comfortable out of her rear pastern in her rear foot. She's not as big in terms of her rear foot as that class winner is. That's what's going to land her in second today. The white gilt coming out here next. Heavy structured gilt, particularly off of her rear too. Tall shouldered gilt that's not as good in terms of her chest as she comes right at you, but you step to the side. That's a tall shouldered gilt that's got a fresh back and a good cage in her with a very good hip and hind leg in terms of length of hip. We'd like to relax her in her rear pastern there, like I said earlier, just ever so slightly, and maybe pull her apart as she comes right at you. That's what's going to land her in the third hole today. Calico gilt gilt coming next. A gilt that is broad from end to end. A gilt that's probably just a nickel rounder in her muscle pattern, particularly back in her hip, than I prefer for a female. A gilt that's a little more moderate in terms of her size, which is fine. A gilt that's very fresh up high, lots of shape, lots of muscle. Maybe just like to stouten her in terms of her feature just a little bit, make her utilize her hip and hind leg just a little bit in a smoother kind of fashion as she goes across the ring. Now this one right here comes in as a breeding piece, and if you're in love with big legs, then you're going to be in love with this one because she's got all kinds of big legs. She's probably the biggest footed hog within this particular class. A gilt that ties her head and neck onto the top side of her shoulder very well. A gilt that wants to rise up in her hip loin, become a little shorter hipped, and become a little more clumsy in terms of how she utilizes her rear leg there every once in a while. She kind of wants to swing her hip and become a little more unpredictable in her foot placement, but I think a gilt that's got a lot of very, very neat pieces, maybe just doesn't blend it as well from front to rear for me today here to move her on up. Got several gilts here on down the line that bring a lot of quality to the table. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head them back for the barn.
Excellent set of kiddos here in the ring. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they are dismissed to go back to the pens.
Very good class. In fact, probably one of the deepest classes we've seen to this point, except for maybe class 4 of the lightweights there from earlier today. And for certain, the deepest class we've seen in this particular division. And even with that being said, there's one out here that needs to win, and needs to win fairly easy for me, in my opinion. This young lady right here needs to go ahead and win this class. Very good pig. Tall-shouldered, fresh, sound, square, feminine, looks like a lady, moves like a lady, got a good rib cage. I think a very, very good kind of a pig to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. I took a little more time kind of contemplating what I was going to do with 2 and 3 here, just a little bit more. I think the young man needs to go second here the longer the drive progresses. Here again, I think a gilt that excels our second place gilt, or our third place gilt, particularly back there in the rear loin as she hooks into her hip. I think a gilt that just transitions smoother there, a gilt that's feminine out in front of her blade and attractive, got a really good presence, very fresh, good rib cage, good running gear, nice kind of a gilt. Like I just alluded to with the third place gilt, she kind of wants to give up back there in the rear part of her loin and just get a little washed out there, if you will. But a gilt that stays comfortable, a gilt that's certainly got a very neat kind of a head and neck laid into a big rib cage with a big back. You do got to appreciate that about her. The fourth place gilt comes out here, and within this class, I think within this top 4, just gets a little shorter and quicker and rounder in her muscle pattern, particularly back in her hip. She wants to jam up a little bit more in her neck and get a little crustier in relation to our top 3. But in and of herself, this is a very good animal. Just like to change her in a few places, but a very good class. Fifth place gilt comes out here and probably comes the most plain one up top, particularly at the top side of her blade, if you will. She wants to carry a little bit more there at the base of her neck, which doesn't necessarily bother me, but what sorts her into the 5-hole is when you get up on top of her, she's just not as expansive at the top side of her blade. She doesn't have as much shape and mass working down her back. Very, very good set of feet and legs with a good rib cage, though. Going to make a good sow for somebody down the road. I got 6 through 10 or 11 here. Very good hogs, just different kinds of pieces with them. Got one here that just needs to be more athletic, but on the standstill is going to look very, very good. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head them back for the barn.
Give you a little breeding here on class number 17. Our class winner is Brooke Fort from Brooke Burnett. It's a tricked out Goosebumps from Flatland. Rob Thomas has our second place entry. I didn't get a breeder, but she's an OCD, guns up, Dirty Secret. OCD there at Kurt Morgan's, I believe. Third is, I'm going to butcher this, but Mazemia Castilla from Eagle Pass. It's a dirtbag curtain call, a little old school. Fourth place is Tanner Morris from Giddings. He's a snafu never before. And fifth is Estevan Vargas from Blanco, and a come on back King Cobra.
Can't bump up the shutter speed on video cameras. It doesn't work.
Real good class here in class number 18. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they're dismissed from the ring.
As we get up in here into the 300-pounders, we've got some gilts that are still maintaining comfortability out here and agility, even packing some extra weight and extra punch. But I think when we get to this point, I think there's one that does it and does it better than the others, and she does that while maintaining the cleanest pull at the top side of her neck and hooking her head and neck into the top side of her blade on the most correct shoulder. That's the young man right here in the pink. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Not the tall-shouldered gilt of the class, but the best gilt of the class in terms of one that's spread in dimension from front to rear, lays on the most flexible skeleton with the best look out in front of her blade. I like that one pretty good for this particular class. The young lady's thin belted gilt was one that hit me pretty hard and initially, and as the drive progresses, she probably wants to give up a little bit up there through her front end. I would like to take her head and neck and put it at the top side of her blade and clean up her pole just a little bit. As the drive progresses, she wants to give up in her back line there ever so slightly. I think that's just a result of her shoulder kind of tying up there a little bit. But I think a quality kind of a gilt that maybe just like to put some, like to smooth up from front to rear there just a little bit and blend her a little better to make her ideal. Now this one on the standstill is going to look pretty good. I mean, this is a tall-shouldered gilt with a good presence out in front of her blade. She's a round-ribbed one. If you get up on top of them, there might be as much expansion to the upper portion of her skeleton and shape as any of them. Now, why does she stand third? She stands third because relative to the top three in this particular class, she has the least range of motion off of her rear two. Her rear step makes it behind the plane of her hip, but she doesn't bring it as far forward. Most of her range of motion is behind her, in my personal opinion. But I think a gilt that on the standstill is going to look very, very good. Just like to change her hind leg for me just a little bit to move her on up today. Fourth place gilt coming real fresh. The young lady does an exceptional job of getting this one drove. This one's got those big fat legs everybody likes to talk about with a pretty neat neck out in front of her blade. She plants a little different off of those rear two every once in a while and wants to run downhill just a little bit. But what gets her into fourth is she wants to cave in her chest floor there just a little bit and the set to her knee as well. That's what's going to land her in the 4-hole today. Young lady bringing one out in 5 here. Tall-shouldered gilt, really level in terms of her design. Becomes the frailest structured gilt of the top 5 in my personal opinion. As you take her to the surface, we just need to stouten her at the base of her framework and so we can move her on up there today. Rest of the gilts here in the class, we got some different parts and pieces, just like I've said before. Maybe just don't blend and balance it as well. Maybe not quite as youthful in the end. Good class of gilts.
Thank you. Thank you,
Job.
sir.
Job. Job, young lady.
Well, we enter our final class of the day, and certainly have maintained the quality as we've gotten into these heavyweight gilts. And again, nice pair of trio of dark cross gilts in that last class, and certainly an intriguing female that wins and have that kind of motor and be that stout. And she's the kind that'll move the needle in the breeding program. And so I would tell you guys that aren't scared of a little bit of power and guys that aren't wanting to just stay right in the middle with everything they're doing in the program, I'd have a lot of stars on that female. She's one that's got some unique breeding pieces and pretty neat pedigree to go
Attention,
along with that.
crossbred exhibitors. We have class number 19 now entering the ring. After class 19, we will do the heavyweight division drive, and then we will make a call on when we will do the overall drive. So please be paying attention, especially if you're a lightweight or middleweight champion or reserve. Pay attention. We'll call y'all once we get the definite time. But we will do the heavyweight drive immediately following class number 19. It's been an extremely tough and challenging crossbred gilt show today. Lots of really good animals, but more importantly, just an incredible set of kiddos. Let's give those in the ring a big round of applause as we dismiss them.
Welcome back. They're online on our 19th and final class for the day. These gilts are obviously our heavyweights, and they're approaching that limit. The class from 319 to 340, so they could go to 355 actual weight in terms of way back weight. Our first class, the gilts that's been pinned first was a Lance Ryan bred gilt from Helen Dudley. She's an all-rise, Believe in Me. Second gilt to go in is Landon Barnett from Highland Village. It's a chosen one, red 7. He said Cody Hill.
If you had a first or second place in classes 15, 16, 17, or 18, you are needed in the holding area to get ready for the division drive. All first and second places in classes 15, 16, 17, and 18 in the crossbred.
Next gilt is Alrondo Robles. So backslap the king. She didn't know where she's from, and I'm assuming that's a Warrior pedigree, so it could be of a genetic edge type gilt. Either coming into heat or out of heat, because she is really hard to drive for this young lady. Following this class, we'll have our champion heavyweight division drive and then the grand overall drive for the 3 division champions. Brett just pinned Kyle Anderson, a Liberty Hill gilt. He said she came from Macon Stork. Don't know a pedigree. Gilt that goes 4 is a Kanoth gilt. Young man is Jackson Powell, tricked out never before.
Class 15, 16, 17, and 18. We need you in the holding area. There's only one of you here. We need the rest of you pretty quick. So let's make our way to a class winner, second place in the heavyweight crossbred division, class 15, 16, 17.
Brett's going to shovel his top three. Looks like he's going to bring them back out. Should be a very nice top trio to conclude our show with. Again, Helen Dudley has the Lance Ryan Gilts. She's an all-rise Believe in Me. Gilt coming out of his second hole is Landon Barrett. Chosen One, red 7. Cody Hill raised. And then Alejandro Robles from Heiko has a back slap the king. Not sure who actually raised this one, but she does have a genetic edge pedigree. It's nice South prospects, Dave.
Yeah, since you were being studious and had all the details, I just did what lazy guy would do and just been watching the stock. And, it's hard. You get them this big and stout and robust. And, obviously these Gilts are on the backside of their show career. They're on the back 9 and got some maturity to go with them. I mean, it's hard to keep them with some look and still, acceptable amount of freshness and the running gear that doesn't give out on them during the drive. And, Brett's been very consistent. Obviously if you're going to sort the hogs and you're going to have this kind of quality throughout the day, you're going to have a variety of opinions and thoughts. But the one thing you can say, if you're studying with no dog in the fight and you've just watched what he's done these last 4 or 5 classes, just about every time you can guess what he's going to do with his priorities and the consistency that he's brought to the table today.
Absolutely. You can follow Brett Byers. He's solid, always sees them, reads them real well. Here's Brett for his discussion.
Well, as we round out the crossbred drive, or particularly the heavyweight drive, I think we land on a pair that, relative to their weight, I want to compliment the kids and the exhibitors on the fact that these are very freshly presented gilts, skin and hair's dialed in, and they look like youthful gilts that are still on their way up, if there is such a thing at this weight. But I think when you start comparing both of these animals, there's one here particularly that's just a little taller at the point of her shoulder. She's a little longer and leveler in terms of her hip, and I think her hind leg is probably superior at the same point in time. The young lady's belted gilt right here is going to go ahead and win this particular class in a fairly easy fashion for me. The young man does drive the wheels off this second place gilt, and I admire him for that. Gilt is probably plenty full today. I mean, I would probably take a little fill out of this gilt in an ideal situation, but his ability to get her drove and get her presented in a highly competitive fashion is very, very good. And this third place gilt right here, big chested, big rib, big bladed kind of a gilt that comes out. We got a big arm in her and got a big hind leg as she gets directly away from you. The problem with her is she wants to start moving east and west off of that hind leg the longer the drive progresses. She's probably not as youthful out in terms of her front end, out in front of her blade. Wants to get a little more dished in her face, a little deeper in terms of her neck. The fourth place gilt coming out here is a bigger frame, longer bodied version in this particular class. It wants to get a little hollower back there in her flank. She too wants to get a little questionable at a rear hock there as she gets right directly away from you. She's a lot. I think it stays square enough, but we just need to put more genuine fill in that one just to make her blend it all together better from front to rear. Fifth place gilt coming out here becomes a little more general in terms of her look and the way her head and neck attaches to her blade. A gilt that just carries a little bit more through the lower third of her body and through the lower third of her neck there. Just need to clean that one up and freshen her up to move her on up today. Gilts here on down the line, just need to blend them a little bit better. Maybe gilts that just need to be a little fresher and more youthful in this particular class to move up the way. My compliments to all these kids. It's been an exceptional Crossbred Gilt show.
Just a real quick recap of our final class, Class 19. Heavyweights, first place, Alejandro Robles from Heiko. Black Slap the King. Not sure the breeder. Landon Barnett from Highland Village was second with the chosen one, Red 7, he said, from Cody Hill. Helen Dudley had her Lance Ryan bred. All Rise, Believe in Me, and she is from New Braunfels. Fourth, Jackson Powell, a Knopf bred, tricked out, never before gilt from Jordanton. And fifth is Gage Donaldson from Farmersville. It's an unashamed, best kept secret. She backslaps mom. I'm assuming that's a Moyer hog as well. Very nice class as well as we conclude. To tell you a little about the sale, the judges selected anywhere from 2 to 4 in each class to sell. We're videoing those, and we'll kind of get our final number and come up with a number that the judge decides to sell as our number. We are about to bring our 5 class winners in here for each of our heavyweight division, and we'll bring each division back in for the overall grand gilt. Those pictures and the videos will be uploaded this evening on sailring.live. Taylor Ford's crew has videoed those. We are putting these into a production as we speak. Later this evening, the sale is at 1 o'clock. I believe our preview tomorrow morning is at 10 o'clock. Please tune in to sailring.live for our preview. Colonel Dave Mullins will be our auctioneer for the sale tomorrow. Feel free to reach out to Dave, myself, Brett Byers, anybody associated with the San Antonio Gilt Show here this morning, today. If you have any questions, we have several insights on things, and it's a very, very nice set. We appreciate all of our sponsors throughout the day. We've had a very good show. Okay, changing the action a little bit on the breeding. Alejandro Robles is a Chad Reynolds gilt. Makes sense. She's a Moyer bred gilt in terms of genetics, but she came from Chad Reynolds. They're in Ohio. She's a Backslap the King. Appreciate that catch on that from the ag teacher. Very nice heavyweight division. 5 extremely good class winners. We'll be introducing our class winners. I'll give you a little breakdown as they come back in the ring. You can look at them as well. I'll talk about them. But Cole Raines wins Class 15, our first class of the 3rd division, with the Hilty bred gilt. She's a full tilt base camp. Class 16's class winner is Lauren Morrell from Dickinson. She's an anything goes next intention. Never did catch a breeder on that one. Class number 17 is from Brookfort. Flatland bred, tricked out.
Okay, over here in the Crossbred Arena, we're going to start with our heavyweight division drive. Coming out of class number 15 is Cole Raines of the Fredericksburg FFA. And your class winner in class 16 is Lauren Moreau from Dickinson FFA. Out of class 17 from Burke Burnett FFA, we have Brookfort. Representing class 18 from the Odom FFA chapter is Trey Canales. And your class winner from class number 19, heavyweight crosses, Alondra Robles from Heiko FFA. Congratulations to all of our class winners.
Well, let's give all 5 of these exhibitors a round of applause, please. As we near toward the end of the day here, it's like I said, it's been a pleasure to be here. And as we got up here after lunch into these heavyweights and the 300-pounders and the jumbo sizes, I guess if you want to say, you know, we found 5 class winners that are comfortable, 5 class winners that are fresh, 5 class winners that are presented very, very well. And you know, there were classes deeper than others, but that's a hog show. That's what happens. But I've 5 gilts out here that I am very comfortable with. There's 2 that rise to the top for me, and with that being said, and then there's 1 out here, in my opinion, that is my speed, my kind, in terms of the way I like them to look. She's driven at a pace that I like them to be driven. She's a tall-shouldered gilt that is very, very square, top to bottom and front to rear. A gilt that, for as tall-shouldered as she is, in this day and age, we get to talking about height at the point of the shoulder, and we get them jammed up in terms of the angulation to their shoulder, and then they can't move out of their front end. For a tall-shouldered one, man, this one is rocked back in her blade. She's ready to rock and roll. I think she's a pretty darn good one. Congratulate this young lady right here.
The champion gilt out of the heavy division was Brooke Fort.
Your second place.
Champion that heavy division, Brooke Ford from Burke Burnett. Tricked out Goosebumps from Flatland Show Pigs. Second is a Shuff, Riata Shuff from Belton, another round Cruel Intentions that she actually raised. I believe that's right. No, it'd be a different class here.
As we bring that second place gilt out here out of that particular class, that was one of the deepest classes of the heavies, and she comes out here and comes right into contention. A gilt a lot like the gilt that beat her in class in terms of her height at the point of her shoulder and angularity off of both ends. A gilt that probably wasn't as good in terms of her blade shape as that gilt that wins the class. Probably not just as bust as open as she comes right at you, but I think she's a gilt that's in the conversation. You know, just to talk about a few other ones out here, the young man that comes out of the first class. I think you step off to the side of that gilt, and she's everything you want to see from a top line perspective. Got a big fresh back and a round cage. You take her to the surface, she wants to narrow up at her knee there just a little bit, maybe not be quite as stout structured as from her hock to the surface as you get to this point in the day. You know, the young lady right here in the blue comes out of that next class. Boy, that one's packing some heat. You know, she probably wants to get a little lateral in terms of her movement as she gets directly away from you. In this instance, we got a gilt over here that in the heavyweight class that maybe just doesn't want to kind of get out here and get after it. But I think, and then we got a gilt right here in front of me. The young man in the pink wins a tough class. I said, you know, this one's not the tallest shouldered one, but that one was the best one in that particular class. You know, in relating her to the champion gilt there, she probably is a heavier structured kind of a gilt. Just didn't think she had the total look and the elevation at the point of her shoulder, but she is the next best one in my mind. She will be your reserve.
Good job, buddy.
Attention Crossbred Division and Reserve Division champions. You need to head to the ring ASAP if you want to participate in the grand drive. This is your last call for all of our division champion and reserves in the Crossbred Gilt Show. If you want to participate, it's time to be in the ring, so let's bring them division and reserve division champions now. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We would like to welcome you to the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Crossbred Gilt Champion Drive. It has been an excellent day today. We have had an incredible set of kiddos walk through the ring, as well as an incredible set of animals. But we can't do this without the folks at San Antonio for putting this on. This afternoon, we are joined by several folks that put all the hard work day in and day out to make sure that this happens for our kiddos to have this opportunity. Today, we are joined. Today, we are joined by Mr. David Wright, the president of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, Nancy Leffler, the chairman of the board, and now it is my pleasure to turn the microphone over to Ms. Sarah Franklin, the Livestock Committee chairman.
Well, thank you, and welcome everyone to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Sarah Franklin, and I'm proud to be one of the over 6,000 volunteers here. The San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is committed to its mission of being a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, we have committed over $243 million to the youth of Texas. I want to congratulate all of the exhibitors out here today. You've all done an incredible job. And exhibitors, if y'all would help me in thanking your parents, your ag teachers, and your extension agents for all of their help and support along the way. I also want to thank our volunteer crew. Our Gilts subcommittee is fearlessly led by Ms. Pat Cantu and Tina Juppy. They've been out here day and night making this show happen, so thank you all very much. And with that, we're going to move on to our drive, and today we will be awarding one $10,000 scholarship to our grand champion.
Okay, welcome back to the
All right, now for the moment we've all been waiting for. We're going to introduce our reserve breed champions out to you today. Out of the lightweight division champion, we have your reserve champion is Shelby Elkin. Shelby's a member of the Coleman FFA and is the daughter of Sage and Brittany Brooks. She likes to cheer and likes to show pigs, and her future plans include attending Tarleton State University to become a psychologist. Congratulations, Shelby, on your reserve division champion. Out of our middleweight division, your reserve champion is Reese Mabry. Reese is a member of the Brock FFA and is the daughter of Casey and Deidre Mabry. Her interests include volleyball and showing livestock. Reese wants to go to either West Texas A&M or Texas Tech. Guns up. Out of the heavyweight division, the reserve champion goes to Trey Canales, a member of the Odom FFA. Trey is the son of Leo and Anna Canales. Trey enjoys playing football, hunting, and playing chess, and wants to be a fight in Texas Aggie. Gig'em, congratulations, Trey. And now for all of our division champions. Coming out of the lightweight division, the champion was exhibited by Jackson Gray. Jackson is a member of the Perrin FFA and is the son of Blake and Lindsay Gray. He enjoys welding and metalwork and very smart choice, avoiding girls at all costs. Jackson plans to attend Clarendon College for feedlot operations, and his future plans include winning the Grand Champion at San Antonio in 23. Best of luck and congratulations today, Jackson. Out of the middleweight division, that champion was exhibited by Taylor Grace Simpson of the early FFA chapter. Taylor is the daughter of Brad and Lisa Simpson. Her interests include livestock showing, which include pigs, steers, and heifers, livestock judging, and cheerleading. Very busy young lady. Her future plans include going to either Texas Tech or Texas A&M with her brothers. Guns up and gig 'em, Taylor. Congratulations today. And out of our heavyweight division comes your champion, Brooke Ford of the Burke Burnett FFA. Brooke is the daughter of Tim and Amy Ford, and her hobbies include showing pigs. Brooke's future plans include attending Texas Tech and starting a business across the country. Congratulations on exhibiting the champion heavyweight today. We'd be remiss not to introduce our today's judge. He's done an excellent job and a very efficient job of working through our kids, or working through the pigs. Had a great job talking with all of our exhibitors and doing an excellent job today. Your 2023 Crossbred Gilt judge is Mr. Brett Byers of Sibley, Illinois. He currently is, let's give him a big Texas welcome for what he's done today and working with our kids. Brett is a Duroc show pig breeder and a show pig feed salesman for Early Bird Nutrition. He and his wife Jody have a daughter Brooke, who's a junior at Texas Tech. Son Lane is a freshman in high school. Daughter Kinley is a 6th grader, and son Keaton is a 3rd grader. Brett went to Lakeland Junior College and continued his education at Western Illinois. He currently is a coach of youth basketball and soccer team, as well as other interests are showing pigs with his kids across the country. Some of Brett's accomplishments including judging a host of shows at all levels across the country in the show pig business. His favorite thing, and I think we can all agree to this, is the work ethic that it teaches our kids. One of the things he loves about livestock shows and agriculture. I know the crowd here seconds that, Brett. Thank you for spending your day, and thank you to your family for allowing you to come today.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, and I want to take that opportunity to thank my wife and my kids that are back home, and my daughter that's over here in the stands. It's a pretty good opportunity, and it's a pretty good honor to get asked to judge a show of this magnitude. And when Brian called and asked if I'd be willing to do it, I jumped at the shot, or jumped at the chance and said, that's one of those bucket list items. If you get asked to be a livestock evaluator and you get to evaluate them at the highest levels, this is one of those shows that you really like to do someday. And I've enjoyed it. I've relished it. Been looking forward to it for several months here, I guess to say, and I'm not going to get long-winded. I just want to thank my wife and my kids and my neighbor for doing chores back there at home that allows me to be gone here and spend a couple extra days here and then go judge the Florida State Fair in Tampa. So I'm going to enjoy the southern weather throughout the country here for 4 or 5 days, and I know my wife is jealous of that, but I appreciate the opportunity to come and do it. So lots of good hogs, lots of good kids. Work ethic is something that I think our nation lacks a little bit right now. I think you got to kind of try to look to the good in people and look to the good in the industry. And the biggest thing I would say, and I've said in a lot of Grand Drive speeches here in the last couple of years, just raise your kids to do the right thing. No matter whether it's the popular thing or not, raise them to do the right thing, no matter who's looking, no matter what's going on in this world, to get to be a better place here someday. So let's give these kids a round of applause if we could. I'm going to ask you to get up on your feet. I'm going to ask you to make a lot of noise. And we're going to make a very special moment for a couple kids right here. So let's get up. Let's make some noise. And let's congratulate this young lady right here. Good job. Nice pig.
as they are taking the pictures of the Grand Gilt and her $10,000 scholarship certificate. Hats off to the Brook Fort and the Fort family and Flatland Show Pigs. Tricked out, sired Gilt on the Goosebumps. Sal, congratulations to Ben Cooley and Brian Funk on raising that one. That is one athletic, very, very good legged tricked out. Great Goosebumps, Sal. Congratulations to her. We'll now be bringing in Trey Canales, reserve out of Division III for the reserve champion consideration.
Well, I can tell you it's my first opportunity to sit up here in this position and get the chance to watch the Gilt show from up here on the perch, and certainly
your champion Gilt comes out of the heavy division, Miss Brook Fort. Now, for reserve champion consideration, we're going to bring in the reserve out of that division, exhibited by Trey Canales of the Odom FFA.
You know, this will be the first time, and I think the committee and I think Brian Ferris here head of operations for the invitation to serve as your auctioneer tomorrow for this Gilt sale. Again, that's going to be 1 o'clock Texas time, and I tell you what, from my perspective, man, you can get jazzed up to have the opportunity to sit up here and offer a set of Gilts that are going to just absolutely turn the crank, and they're bred the right way, they're from the right firms, and you know, we're gonna have an outstanding opportunity here, about 40 to 50 of those tomorrow to go through. And again, for those of you who want to bid online, salering.live to do so. But certainly excited if you can't get jazzed up about the quality here.
Thank you. I appreciate that as an audience, and I think as a crowd, I'll be honest, I stole that from a friend of mine who used to do that years ago, and I just think it creates a special moment for a kid or for a group of people that can be remembered a long time from now, and that's what this is supposed to be about. So before I go too much further, I want to thank all the ring help. I want to thank everybody involved in this show that made it run so smooth from back here all the way through, everybody up here that's got a hand in the stock show. This is a great thing. This is a great thing for our industry. It's a great thing for our kids to be able to grow up in this industry and be taught responsibility, be taught work ethic, be taught the difference between life and death sometimes, and sometimes life just don't treat you fair when your hog comes up lame show morning or whatever the case may be. I mean, it's just the way it rolls, and you teach kid to roll with the punches, and we move on and we make them better citizens because of that. So, you know, we get them out here for reserve, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what I see in all three of them, just in no particular order, but I'm going to start with the lightweight. The young man over there on the fence, and that gilt is built for speed, in my opinion. A gilt that just epitomizes balance, a gilt that is very good looking out in front of her blade. A gilt, if you want to pick on her, you could say, well, she gives up in her top line, and that's where the criticizers are going to criticize that one, and that's fine. I'd rather have a little give in their top line, because that means they can use their angulation and their hocks and their joints off both ends of their skeleton in a comfortable kind of fashion. You know, I think you just got to ask yourself, is she big enough in this scenario to kind of prove that she can get to where some of the other ones are? And so I'm just telling you the thoughts going through my head. You know, the painted up gilt here that wins the middle division, you know, very, very neat. You know, probably, obviously not quite the endurance that maybe some other ones out here have in terms of just staying real loose and pliable off of both ends. But I think a gilt that has some real high-end, neat pieces, it's going to make somebody a very, very good kind of a sow here someday. The reserve heavyweight young man brings out here that stands second to our champion. Just a gilt that covers the basics very well at the surface in terms of being a big-footed, heavy-structured kind of a gilt. that's wide and square off of both ends. She's square at the top of her blade. She's square down her back, and she utilizes her hind leg. Not the tallest fronted one in the world, but that's where I see the criticisms, where I see the good in all of them. I appreciate the opportunity. Help me congratulate the young man with the reserve heavy. He'll be your reserve cross.
That reserve champion Gilt overall comes out of the heavyweight division, and she'll be one of the more memorable ones we'll have the opportunity to bring to you through the auction tomorrow. She's, again, one we talked about in class if you want to move the needle.
Champion Supreme Crossbred Gilt out of the heavyweight division, Trey Canales, Odom, FFA. Once again, thank you, Mr. Byers, for doing a great job today and working with our kiddos. Thank you for bringing your Crossbred Gilts to San Antonio, and special thanks to the committee and the group to make this happen. Thank you all. Be safe on your way home and safe travels, and God bless.